Rosalie Parker, Sparks from the Fire and Other Strange Tales. Narrated by Carl Mason. Chapter 1. Tour Guide. The sand shimmered and sparkled under the midday sun. Millicent wriggled her toes in her sandals and looked up at Fabian as he addressed the party of tourists. Behind them, the calm blue sea rippled rhythmically over the beach. If you would like to, we can walk across the bay to the subtropical gardens on the other side of the island. Or we can stop here and eat our packed lunches. It's up to you. Discuss it amongst yourselves and come back to me. There was an embarrassed silence and then a low thrum of disjointed consultation. I think I'm right in saying, said Jim Clear eventually, that most of us would like to walk to the subtropical gardens. There was a rumble of agreement. Very well, said Fabian. Then please follow me. Millicent raised her hand. Could I just ask? Fire away. Is there ever any frost on the islands? That's a good question, Millicent. There have been occasional below zero days and nights, which have resulted in a lot of frost damage to the subtropical plants. But for the last 15 years, we have been frost-free and the plants are thriving. Elsa Clare took hold of Millicent's arm. She whispered, Leave Fabian alone for 5 minutes, can't you? It's becoming embarrassing. Millicent pulled her arm away. Nonsense, Mummy. Tour guides like to answer questions. It's part of their job. She skipped up to the front of the already straggling procession of tourists. Fabian smiled at her distractedly. He was trying to recall the names of some of the plants in the subtropical gardens. Someone, Millicent most likely, was bound to ask, and botany was not his specialism. He took out his mobile phone and began searching online. Remember to drink plenty of water, he called out. It's a very hot day. Millicent took a dutiful swig from her bottle. How many plants are in the gardens, Fabian? Fabian tapped into his phone. According to the website, there are 20,000 different plants. It's called the Abbey Garden because it was planted on the site of an old monastery. Do you like being a tour guide? Millicent asked, studying Fabian's long dark eyelashes. I like meeting people who are interested in learning about the Scilly Isles and Tresco. I grew up here. I had to go to school on the mainland by boat every day. Imagine that. It sounds much nicer than my horrid boarding school. I have to stay away from home for weeks on end. Mummy and Daddy won't let me go to the local school, even though it's perfectly all right. I expect they think boarding school is character forming. My character's already formed. They say you are shaped by the time you're 7, and I'm 12. They walked around some low sand dunes. The sun beat down on the top of their heads. When are we going to have our sandwiches? We'll wait until we reach the gardens. There's some shade there. It's no more than a mile or so. Millicent raced to the top of a dune and looked back at the drift of tourists behind them. Mr. and Mrs. Brownlee are a long way behind. Do you think they're all right? They'll be fine if we let them walk at their own pace. I'm not going to get old, said Millicent. I've decided. She ran down the dune and landed at Fabian's side. How old are you, Fabian? Never you mind. Did you go to university? I'm at university. This is my summer vacation job. What are you studying? Geography. Oh, it could be worse, I suppose. Elsa Clare caught up with her daughter. I do hope, Fabian, that Millicent isn't too annoying. She's fine. It makes the job more interesting having someone keen tagging along. The party of tourists now stretched out behind Fabian in a long caravan across the sand. I suppose we had better wait here for some of the stragglers to catch up, he said. Elsa took off her jacket and folded it over her arm. She shook out her hair, then sat down on the dune. I must say, Fabian, I'm ravenously hungry. We'll eat as soon as we reach the gardens. I hope these gardens are all they're cracked up to be. I've been to Kew, and I don't see how they could compare. Oh, Mummy, they're lovely. I saw some photographs on Fabian's phone. Jim Clear caught up with them and sat down next to his wife. It really is very hot. Do you know the exact temperature? Fabian sighed. I imagine it's around the mid-20s, maybe more. A bit warm for some of these oldies, don't you think? Most people are properly dressed for the weather and have hats, said Fabian pointedly. Jim smoothed his thinning hair. "What is the tour company's policy on days like this? Surely we shouldn't be undertaking much in the way of physical activity." "The company leaves it up to the individual tour guides to decide what's for the best. It really is less than a mile now. And you voted to walk to the gardens." Jim cleared his throat. "It wasn't a vote, exactly." The tour party gathered around Fabian. "I suggest that we rest for 5 minutes, then continue on," he said. "It is terribly hot," said Mrs. Brownlee. Mr. Brownlee was wearing a knotted handkerchief on his head. Water bottles were passed around. Sanjay Bangalore smiled at Fabian. "Tresco is quite a small island, isn't it?" "Yes, it's 1.5 miles long." Sanjay turned to his wife. "You see, we couldn't get lost even if we wanted to." "Of course we won't get lost," said Fabian. "All we have to do is walk around the bay and we'll be there. I've done it dozens of times. None of you are to worry." "And the boat will come to take us back to St. Mary's?" "It will. Now, time's up. Let's get walking." Fabian walked very slowly to make sure the Brownlees didn't fall behind again. After 25 minutes, they reached the Abbey Gardens. Sitting in the shade of a clump of palm trees, they took out their packed lunches, provided by the hotel. They each had cheese and pickle sandwiches, a packet of crisps, a chocolate bar, and an apple. The chocolate bars had melted in the heat. "It's not very nice, is it?" said Millicent, who nevertheless ate everything. "The garden seems to be deserted." Fabian handed round simple maps. "The plants are arranged on 2 terraces, an upper and a lower, screened from the salt spray of the sea by a shelter belt, which you can see here. The boat will be collecting us from the beach to the north in an hour's time, so I'd like to suggest that we meet back here at 2:15, which should give us plenty of time to look round." Fabian walked down the steps to the lower terrace. The tour party followed him. "Do you like the Guardians, Fabian?" asked Elsa. "They're very impressive," he replied. "Does that mean he likes them?" asked Mr. Brownlee. "I'm not sure," answered Sanjay. "You'd think he'd know by now," grumbled Mrs. Brownlee. Fabian had hoped that everyone would be happy to wander around without him. Elsa took his arm. "It's rather marvellous with these succulent plants in flower. It feels almost natural for them to be running riot like this. They've all been planted over the last 150 years. Very few of them would grow here without careful management and the shelter belt." Millicent pointed at a gaudy scarlet bloom. "What's that one called?" "I don't know," said Fabian. "If we spot one of the gardeners, they'll be able to tell us." The rest of the party clustered round with their questions. "What is the largest plant in the garden? It feels like a jungle, doesn't it? Are we the only people here? Do they have to water the plants? Are there any carnivorous plants? Which plant has been here the longest?" Fabian noticed Mr. Fordyce surreptitiously taking cuttings from some of the plants and putting them into a plastic bag. "Please don't touch the plants or take samples," he called out, "or we may be asked to leave." "I'm not doing any harm," said Mr. Fordyce. "It's not as if I'm digging them up." "Where are the gardeners?" asked Sanjay. "I would like to ask some questions, and so would my wife." "I expect they're on their lunch break." They had reached a cooler lower terrace, where the plants were from more temperate climes. Fabian extracted himself from Elsa's grip. "Why don't you have a look round on your own? You have your maps to guide you, and it's almost impossible to get lost." There was a brief silence. Jim cleared his throat. "We have chosen to come on a tour with a tour guide, Fabian. All we're asking is for you to do your job. As I've already explained," said Fabian, "I am not an expert on the garden. I can't answer most of your questions. You'd be better off walking round on your own. If you'd like to write down your questions, I'll try to find one of the gardeners to answer them for you before we leave." Fabian used the slight hiatus caused by his announcement to stride away from the group. He aimed towards a low masonry arch which formed the entrance to a vaulted medieval cellar, part of the ruins of the monastery that predated the gardens by almost 300 years. Glancing around to make sure he had not been followed, he took the steps down to the cool, dark room. He leaned his back against the wall, took out a pack of cigarettes, and lit one. He could hear loud shouts and cries percolating down from the garden. The cries seemed to be increasingly animal and raucous. He smoked his cigarette. Several minutes later, he sensed that someone had joined him in the cellar. He could hear quick breaths being taken. "Millicent, is that you? You don't want to know what's going on up there. My parents have completely lost the plot. You'll have to go up, Fabian. I'm staying down here until it blows itself out. There's no stopping them when they're in this sort of mood." "What do you mean?" "It's a kind of herd mentality. It's best to keep out of their way. They have to blunder around on their own and tire themselves out. Then they'll get in the boat and we can take them back to the hotel. They won't remember much about it afterwards. Mummy was doing something with Mr. Bangalore, and Daddy, it can all get a bit out of hand." Millicent was silent for a while. The bellowing and shouting continued from above. Fabian dropped his cigarette onto a pile of stubs and ground it out under his boot. "Does it happen every time?" "No. I don't want to grow up, Fabian." Gradually, the noises died away. Fabian took Millicent's hand and led her to the steps. "I think it's safe now. Come on." As they emerged into the garden, the tour party was standing together not far from the entrance to the cellar. They seemed rather subdued. "It's time to go and find our boat. But before we do, has anyone written down any questions?" There was only silence. Some people hung their heads. "Good," said Fabian. "Then let's go." The tour party turned as one and slowly headed to the beach. Chapter 2. Joyriding. Selena lived on the other side of town, several miles away from Carl's house. Carl had not seen her for some days, and however many times he rang, she was not answering her phone. Since his driving ban came into force, he had been unable to take her out into the countryside, and to the country pubs on the trips that had formed much of their romantic life. It was rush hour, and Carl weaved through the heavy traffic on his father's bicycle, ignoring the red traffic lights. Selena was soon to sit her A-level exams, so he expected she was studying hard. Her parents had been talking about her going away to university later in the year, although Carl was doing his best to persuade her that there were alternatives. The bicycle was somewhat old-fashioned, a road racer, with drop handlebars and 6 gears. But Carl decided that it was up to the job. It even had a small bag that strapped on behind the saddle. He had pumped up the tires and oiled the chain and gears, which changed smoothly, and he ensured that the tires did not catch on the mudguards. In what seemed a very short amount of time, Carl pedaled up the drive to Selena's parents' house, which was a good deal larger than his parents' semi-detached. He leaned the bicycle against the wall and rang the bell. Eventually, after several rings, Selena came to the door. "Oh, hi, Carl. Sorry, I was listening to some music." "Come in." Carl wiped his shoes on the doormat. "How's the revision going?" "It's okay, I suppose." She led the way up the stairs and into her bedroom. Carl looked around the large, messy room. "I see you haven't tidied up." Selena frowned. "I've been busy. I need all these books." She went down to the kitchen to make some tea. Carl sat on the edge of the unmade bed. Selena, in his view, didn't know when she was onto a good thing. He would have made this a beautiful room. When she returned with the mugs, he asked, "We're still together then, are we?" "I don't see why not. Mum and Dad hate you, so that's a plus point. My phone's on the blink, in case you were wondering." Carl reached over, pulled her to him, and kissed her. "Mum will be back shortly, so he'd better be careful." Carl kissed her more passionately. "How did you get here? The driving ban's a real pain, isn't it?" Carl explained about the bicycle. "You know, Selena, I may lose my job." "No car and no job. What a drag. Do you have a bike?" "I hate cycling. It's way too much effort." "We'll have to take the bus or something then." Selena grimaced, then took a sip of her tea. Downstairs, the front door banged. "That'll be Mum," she said, pushing Carl away. Selena's mother came up the stairs and entered Selena's room without knocking. "Hello, Carl. Have you been here long?" "I've only just arrived, Mrs. Sandys." "Good. Selena, I hope you've been revising." "Yes, Mum." "Dinner will be ready at 7. "Are you staying, Carl?" "Yes, please." She nodded briefly, then left. Carl began picking up the clothes that were scattered across the floor. He piled them on a cane chair next to the chest of drawers. Selena laughed. "What's wrong with being a bit messy? You're a control freak. I hardly think picking up a few t-shirts makes me that." At 7 p.m., after Selena's father had returned home from his job in London, they sat down to dinner in the kitchen. "It was unfortunate that you were banned from driving, Carl," said Mr. Sandys. "But perhaps we'll see a bit more of Selena now." Carl explained about the bicycle. "It's a shame it's not a tandem," said Mr. Sandys. His wife kicked him under the table. "You'll not get Selena on a bike anyway. You should have seen the trouble we had teaching her to ride one when she was a little girl. I don't think she's been on a bicycle since." "I haven't," said Selena. Carl sliced into his steak. "Could you give us a lift out to the Clifton Arms tomorrow evening?" he asked Mr. Sandys. "There's a band playing that we'd like to see." Mr. Sandys rubbed his chin. "I suppose you'd want to live back as well." "Yes, please, Dad," said Selena, wide-eyed. Her father soon capitulated. "Do you have any lights on your bicycle, Carl?" asked Mrs. Sandys. "If not, you'll have to leave here early, before it gets dark." As soon as they had finished dessert, Carl was hurried on his way. He cycled contentedly through the twilight. At home, his mother was upset because he had not come home to dinner. "You should have rung," she said reasonably. "Anything could have happened to you." His father seemed pleased that his old bicycle was getting a new lease of life. The next evening, after dinner, Carl cycled to Selena's house. Selena was dressed in her best psychedelic dress, leggings and sandals, her hair parted in the middle and tucked behind her ears. Mr. Sandy was in his study, and Selena seemed reluctant to disturb him, even though, if they were to see the band, it was time for them to leave. In the end, Carl knocked on the door. Carl and Selena sat in the back of Mr. Sandy's vintage Jaguar. Mr. Sandys had said very little since being persuaded away from his study. Outside, darkness was taken over from the day. A huge full moon hung in the pinkish sky. Mr. Sandys pulled up outside the pub. "I'll collect you at 11:30, no arguments," he said before driving off. The Clifton Arms was packed to the gills with young people expecting to see the band, Black Cats, who would be playing after the support act. Carl bought Selena a vodka and orange and himself a pint of Guinness. They knew quite a few of the crowd, who were mostly ex-pupils of their school. The support act, Into You, turned out to be of an introspective cast, playing quiet love songs to themselves. Selena bought more drinks while they were waiting for the main act, who were very loud. Carl briefly lost Selena in the melee and eventually found her at the front, only a few meters from the band. It was impossible to have a conversation, so they danced, holding hands. After the band had finished their set, there was very little time before Mr. Sandys would be collecting them. They waited outside in the starlight. Promptly at 11:30, the Jaguar arrived. Inside was Mrs. Sandys. "Your father received a phone call from work, and he's bogged down in his study at the moment." Selena and Carl climbed into the back. Carl had drunk 3 pints of Guinness and was wondering how he would manage to cycle home. It seemed that Mrs. Sandys had read his mind because she said, "I will drop Selena off and then take you home, Carl. You can collect your bicycle another time." When they reached her house, Selena kissed him goodnight and got out, and the car swept slowly on through the deserted streets. Mrs. Sandys was careful to keep to the speed limit. "Selena has applied to Oxford," she announced, "and even if she doesn't get in there, she will be going away to university. Her grades are expected to be very good." "Are you sure she wants to go to university? She told me that she'd like to take a gap year at the very least." "That is not going to happen, Carl. Doesn't Selena have some say in it?" "She might, but you don't." "Now look here, you can't make her do anything," said Carl, then thought better of it. There was silence for a few seconds. Then Carl said, "I know you don't like me. It's not a question of liking. It's about suitability. I'm sure you've done quite well for someone from your background." "No, I haven't. Plenty of people like me go to university. And I'm about to lose my job because of the driving ban." "Well, that's a shame, Carl. there doesn't seem to be any real harm in you. The car pulled up outside Carl's house. Carl got out and took a moment to breathe in the night air. Selena's father opened his study door and called her back down the stairs. "Have you told Carl that you're definitely going to university? You shouldn't keep him hanging on. It isn't fair." "I haven't even taken my A-levels yet. Anyway, Carl and I can stay together, even if I do go away. It's very difficult to conduct a long-distance relationship, especially at your age. You'll meet someone else. What if I don't want anyone else? I'm happy with Carl." Selena went up to her room. She heard her father's study door close, and outside, the low hum of the returning Jaguar. As so often before, she wished she had a brother or sister to help dissipate some of her parents' unwavering, stifling attention. Carl walked briskly through the deserted streets to the park. He climbed over the fence and made toward the trees. He had felt the changes coming over him earlier in the evening in the pub, and knew it wouldn't be long before the full effect came into force. He had learned that if he could get himself away from people, he would be less likely to do or come to any harm. It had been unfortunate that the last time it happened, he had been in his car, and the conviction for careless driving had resulted in the driving ban. He was hoping that he would learn how to manage the condition so that it did not impinge too much on his daily life. Once under the cover of the trees, Carl lay down and attempted to wait it out. The restlessness soon took over, however, and he got up and began to follow the scent trails. It would have been difficult to explain how, with a heightened sense of smell, the world took on an extra delicious dimension. Before long, he was racing through the woods, oblivious to the cold and the thorny briars in the undergrowth, which caught at his clothes and skin. Later, near morning, he would wake in a pile of leaves or a ditch, needing to find his way home to change and shower before work. It was no surprise to Carl that he was dismissed from his job at the estate agent's. Without a valid driving license, he no longer met the requirements of the position. His boss was very nice about it, but it was clear that an exception was not going to be made. Carl caught a bus that took him to Selena's road. She was surprised to see him so early in the day, and very understanding when he explained that he had been sacked. "Poor you," she said. "Let's go upstairs. Mum and Dad won't be back for hours." Afterwards, they ate lunch in the kitchen. "It happened again last night," said Carl, "after your mother dropped me off. It's just as well for Mum's sake that it didn't happen while you were in the car with her." "What am I going to do, Selena?" "I don't know. So long as you don't hurt anyone." "I may do, that's the trouble." "Well, I'll have to keep a close eye on you. We could go away together after my exams, and then I would be with you all the time. What if I hurt you?" "I don't think that's going to happen. You were very protective of me last time." "So are you going to take a gap year then, Selena? Shall we do some travelling together?" "That's the plan. But I'll have to find a way of persuading Mum and Dad that it's a good idea. Maybe if you get your university place sorted out first, and then tell them. If it's definite that you're at least going to uni, they should be pleased." "Let's hope so." Carl was beginning to feel more positive about things. They booted up Selena's laptop and looked at some ideas for places they could travel to. The Far East, perhaps Thailand, appealed to them both. In the afternoon, Carl left Selena to her revision and retrieved his father's bicycle from the rear of the house. It had been drizzling and the saddle was damp. Carl rode back home through the heavy traffic. His father, who worked shifts at a local engineering works, was in the living room reading the paper. "I've lost my job, Dad." "What are you going to do with yourself now?" Carl explained about Selena's gap year. "Well, you're the right age for a bit of travelling. Do you have the cash? I suppose you can work while you're over there and pay your way. I've a bit put by, and we're hoping Selena's father will help out. You'll not get much of him, in my opinion. Listen, Carl, I've been meaning to say something. I wondered if you'd been experiencing some unusual symptoms. I think you know what I'm talking about. I heard you come in last night and saw the state of your clothes in the laundry basket. All I wanted to say is that it runs in the family. The good news is that it does wear off after a few years. At least it did for me, and for your grandfather. The trick is to learn how to keep yourself and others safe, and to enjoy it, if you can. Does Selena know? Yes. She was there when it happened once. She's pretty cool about it. Good. But don't tell anyone else. So, this is my inheritance. Something like that. Carl's father got up and put the newspaper on the table. I need to get to work. Hopefully, you'll be free of it for a few weeks. And the driving ban won't last forever. You'll be back behind the wheel before you know it. Travelling abroad for a few months with Selena will be a good way of spending time before then. You can look for another job when you get home. Selena sat her exams and persuaded her reluctant parents that a gap year was the price they had to pay for her agreeing to go to university. Carl got a temporary job in a pizza factory to earn some more money for their travels. While he was working there, he experienced another episode. This time he had to lock himself in the gents and wait for it to pass. It was a horrible experience, being cooped up in the small cubicle with all his senses blazing and his limbs twitching. When it was over, he was relieved that he'd been able to control the cravings. It boded well for future eventualities. Selena's father was more impressed than he cared to admit that Carl was offering to pay Selena's travelling expenses as well as his own. But wanting Selena to be safe and happy, he eventually made a substantial contribution to their fund. Everything that could be was arranged, and they were set to fly out at the end of August. The next time it happened, Carl experienced few of the usual warning signs. He was at home on his own and his car was parked outside. The changes hit him in a rush, and it seemed this time there was little he could do to mitigate them. The wanderlust was on him, and he went outside and got into the car. He turned the key in the ignition, and the engine roared to life. He let out the handbrake and drove into the traffic. Soon he was out in the country lanes, where there was no CCTV, zipping past fields and farmhouses. Somehow he managed to avoid hitting anything. Gradually, the changes left him. He slowed down and drove the car carefully back to his parents' house. Although he was in some ways horrified by what had transpired, all his senses were buzzing and he felt truly alive. And it seemed that he had got away with it. After a few days, there was no sign that anyone in authority was aware that he had been driving. He did not tell Selena or his father about it. 8 days later, Carl and Selena flew out to Thailand. Chapter 3. The Bronze Statuette. Hannah held the bronze statuette up to the light. It was small, fitting easily in her hand. She was pretty sure that it was the likeness of a classical god, and it was a fairly standard representation, except for the eyes, the whites of which had been inlaid with ivory, while the pupils were little chips of verdigrised bronze. This had a disconcerting effect, making the figure more lifelike and perhaps because of this, more peculiar. If genuine, it was a remarkable survival. "Yes, I'll buy it," she said to the olive-skinned young man who had brought the statuette into the shop. "How much do you want for it? It's rather small." "Aren't you going to ask me where I found it?" She laughed. "Yes, of course. It was your granny's. I found it on a grave in Highgate Cemetery, but now I don't want it anymore. You can have it for £50. "Okay, £50 it is." Hannah opened the till and removed 2 20s and a 10. The young man stared at her. "Don't you want the money then?" He pocketed the notes. "It was just standing on a grave, and I thought it was interesting, so I took it in. I couldn't read the name on the gravestone. It had eroded away. You shouldn't be telling me this. It was just as you see it now. No dirt or grime, as clean as a whistle. So I took it home." Hannah idly picked up a reference book from below the counter and began scanning the index. "I hoped it would bring me luck, but I don't want it anymore." "So you said, it's mine now anyway." "That's right." His smile transformed his face. He seemed almost relieved. "Well, off you go then. If you find any more antiquities, you know where I am." When he had gone, she opened her laptop. After half an hour of browsing, her research was inconclusive. But if she had to hazard a guess, she'd say from the scanty evidence that the statuette represented a minor deity called Photonus, a Greek god. He wasn't exactly beautiful, but he was a novelty, and novelty always sold. She wrote out a label and, after a moment's thought, added a price of £650. Opening up the counter display case, she positioned the little god in front of the Roman coins and Egyptian grave goods so that he stared out into the shop, where he might attract the attention of some of her better-off customers. That evening, Hannah made herself scrambled eggs and opened a bottle of wine. Sphinx, her cat, lovingly rubbed around her legs while she cooked. After her meal, she looked again at the new artifacts she had brought up the stairs to her flat. The little bronze statuette was easily the most intriguing. Under a magnifying glass, his naked form was revealed as beautifully modelled, and the eyes were really alarming. He had a slight squint, and as well as being forever awake, peering not quite at you, but off to one side. They reminded Hannah of those staring eye masks you could buy in joke shops. Further research on the internet had not shaken her belief that he was Photonus, god of envy, who it seemed specialized in matters pertaining to sexual jealousy. He was the go-between who had informed Hera of Zeus's many infidelities. A bit of a sneak then. Those eyes, she thought, would see everything. Every nuance, every lustful glance, every intrigue, every small betrayal. The telephone rang. "Hi, Hannah. Sorry I didn't phone last night." "That's okay. Were you at work?" "Yes, well, kind of. We took Sherman out for meal. He's thinking of investing, so it called for some serious schmoozing." "And is it working?" "It's hard to tell. He hasn't come across yet." "Are you hungover, Mark? Or do you want to come round?" I'm okay. A bit tired. Perhaps we could leave it until tomorrow." "I bought a strange little god today." "You bought a what?" "He's a bit special. I'll show you tomorrow." The next morning, Hannah was dusting a 15th century carving of an angel when Sam Bright walked into the shop. Sam was a general antique dealer who owned an upmarket shop in the West End. "I've just popped in to see how the competition's doing." He ran his finger along the counter display case. "My, you have some fabulous stuff in, darling." He pointed at the little god. "Where on earth did you find him?" "One of my regulars brought him in. A metal detector find, I think." "Don't you know?" "Can I have a look?" Hannah unlocked the cabinet and handed the statuette to Sam. "Oh, those horrid eyes. Greek, isn't he?" "Gorgeous." "Can I buy him?" He looked at the label. "Ouch. Not for anything like that much, you naughty girl." "I think I'm going to keep hold of him, Sam. Someone will pay that for him. You know they will. Spoil sport." He put the god back in the display case. "Sell me some of your Egyptian tat, then." Hannah let him have 3 of the less commercial pieces at a reasonable dealer's discount. As he paid, he leaned over, his peppermint breath full in her face. "Just remember, Hannah, love, you've only been here 5 minutes. Some of us have years of experience." "What do you want me to do about it, Sam? Pack up and go home?" "Where would you find your stock then?" Of the 7 customers that came in the shop that morning, 5 commented on the statuette, and 3 asked for a closer look. One woman shivered theatrically. "He's quite ghastly, isn't he?" she said. "I don't think I'd want him in the house." Hannah explained about the attribution to Photonus, but the woman, who was looking for a birthday present for her husband, unsurprisingly decided that he was unsuitable. Hannah talked her into buying a small earthenware Anubis instead. Later, an elderly man in tweeds asked for a magnifying glass and took Photonus to the window so that he could examine him in better light. He looked at Hannah thoughtfully. "You may be right about the attribution. I don't know for sure. I imagine he would have been placed in a household shrine, perhaps as a warning to an errant wife or husband." an unusual subject. But he didn't buy him. The little god resumed his place at the front of the display cabinet. The wagon and horses was crowded at lunchtime, and Hannah had to eat her sandwiches with the smokers outside. She took out her mobile phone and tried Mark's number, but he was not answering. Hannah had brought the statuette with her. She retrieved him from her bag, stood him on the table, and began taking photographs for her website. This drew some attention from her fellow diners. "Crikey," said the man sitting at the next table. "Are you looking at my bird?" His companion shrieked with laughter. Hannah put Photonus back in her bag. Mark reclined decorously on her sofa. Photonus stood on the coffee table. Mark called out to Hannah in the kitchen. "Is this your strange little god?" He picked him up. "He's seriously freaky, isn't he? Don't you want to keep him?" Hannah came in with 2 glasses of wine. She handed one to Mark. "I don't think so. He's pretty rare, but I'm not sure I like the way he looks at my customers." Mark laughed. "He does have a bit of squint." Hannah sighed. "Yes, but it's more than that. He's smug. It's like he knows something." "What on earth do you mean?" Mark laughed. Hannah was well aware that even after explaining about Photonus' role in the Greek pantheon, her feelings about the statuette weren't entirely rational. The bronze statuette had failed to sell. There had been plenty of interest, and Hannah was willing to drop the asking price, but she was aware that her heart wasn't in it. She suspected that her ambivalence about the strange little god had communicated itself to the customers. Photonus was out on the counter when the door opened, and Sam Bright came in. "Aha!" he said, homing in on the little god. "You haven't sold this naughty chap. He looks a bit cross, doesn't he? Are you ready to sell him to me? I've a customer for him if you will." A spark of pride made Hannah answer, "No can do, Sam. Sorry, it's only been 2 weeks." Sam's brick-red face paled dramatically. "Well, thank you, Hannah. I thought after all the free advice I've given you, you might be a little more grateful. I seem to remember that you advised me to open a dress shop. Frankly, Sam, you've inveigled quite a lot of my stock into your shop, and you're still showing every sign of wanting me to fail. Well, bad luck, because I'm not going to. Anyway, you're the one with the swanky address and clientele to match. How can I be a threat to you?" Sam, showing more dignity than she thought he possessed, gathered himself and stalked out, leaving Hannah kicking herself that over the statuette she had probably lost her best trade customer. The party was extravagant, with seemingly limitless bottles of real champagne, caviar, and canapes. Hannah was carefully dressed in her little black number and had put her hair up in a loose bun. Mark steered Hannah towards a short, middle-aged man standing in the corner. "Hannah, this is Terry Sherman. Terry is a good client of ours. Perhaps I could just leave you two to chat for a couple of minutes." And Mark somehow disappeared, leaving Hannah struggling with the monosyllabic Sherman. Sherman livened up, however, when she told him about her shop. "Oh, how quaint," he warbled. "Do people still open real shops?" Hannah spotted Mark talking to a dark-haired woman on the other side of the room. His head bent to hers. The space between them, negligible. Sherman topped up her champagne glass and was talking about his investment portfolio, but she had stopped listening. The woman was young and wore a daringly low-cut green dress. Sherman, noticing Hannah's inattention, put his hand on her arm. At that moment, Mark looked up. He frowned, then stalked over. "Hands off, Sherman," he said. I beg your pardon? You heard. She's mine." And with that, Mark took Hannah's arm and steered her towards the canapes. "Wow," she said. "He wasn't doing anything he shouldn't have. He's just a bore. Who were you talking to?" "Oh, no one. Well, she was someone. She's Sherman's daughter, Marie. I have to butter these people up. It's my job." Well, you've just blown it with Sherman, haven't you? He'll probably forget about it. I don't know what came over me, really. Hannah reached up and kissed him. What's that for? Don't you know? Hannah added the photographs of the little bronze god to her website, lowering the price to $550. She had acquired several good American customers with a taste for more unusual items, and there was every chance that one of them would be interested. The shop bell rang, and the olive-skinned young man walked in. "Hello," she said, hastily covering the bronze statuette and its price tag with the London Evening News. "Have you brought me something interesting? I haven't brought you anything." "I've come to take back the little god. You paid me £50. He held out a handful of notes. No, she laughed. "It doesn't work like that. He's mine now, and I fully intend to sell him for a profit. I think it's fair that you sell him back to me. I took him, which was not fair, and I want to put him back." "What do you mean, put him back?" "I want to put him back on the grave where I found him, in Highgate Cemetery. Then he will lose his power." "Lose his power? He's not Superman. He will lose his power to make me unhappy. I have been imagining such horrible things." Hannah closed her eyes. "Look, I'm not selling him back to you. Do you understand?" The young man sighed. "Then you are unkind as well as dishonest. You are rich and I am poor." "I'm not rich." "I think, relatively speaking, you are. You have a shop. I am a student. I cannot really afford to pay you £50, but I must." He was close to tears. He held out the money. Hannah laughed uneasily. "Look, this is daft. I really can't help you, and I'm going to have to ask you to leave." He was openly crying now. "My girlfriend Nadia has left me. Please help me." "I'm sorry, but if you won't leave, I will call the police." He shuffled towards the door. "I believe you have no heart at all." Hannah barely had time to make a cup of tea before Terry Sherman and Marie came into the shop. "Hello," said Sherman. "We thought we'd take a look at your little shop. I so enjoyed listening to you talk about it at the party. Mark told us where to find you." Hannah removed the newspaper from the counter display case. "It was great talking to you. I hope you didn't mind Mark." Terry laughed in a rather forced way. "Not at all. No worries. I can see why he feels protective." Marie smirked. She was a good-looking girl, of about 18, with glossy brown hair and bright clothes. "Mark thought we might like some of your weirder merchandise," she drawled. "He said something about a strange little god?" Hannah took Photonas out of the case and handed him to Marie. "Yes, he is. Perhaps an acquired taste, but he's extremely rare and unusual." Marie guffawed rudely. "He's a total minger. Oh, Dad, we're not buying him just so you can get in her knickers, are we?" Terry cringed. "Marie!" "Oh, please. Let's buy some of this pretty Egyptian stuff instead." Feeling like the hired help, Hannah found the presence of mind to pick out 5 of her more expensive Egyptian pieces, which Sherman was embarrassed enough to pay for and take away. Afterwards, neither of them could remember exactly why the row started. Hannah was telling Mark about the events in the shop, and Marie was mentioned. Mark shifted uncomfortably in his seat. "It's not easy," he said. "I don't really fancy her, but I have to be nice to her because of her dad. You do understand, don't you? You don't really fancy her?" "Oh, for God's sake. Look, she plays up to it. She knows the score." "Oh, poor you. It's bad enough having to put up with Sherman pouring me, let alone his daughter flaunting herself." "Well, what about Sherman? He fancies the pants off you, and he's absolutely loaded." And so it continued, even after they'd been to bed, shopped, and had dinner. They'd never had a row over anything so ridiculous before. The next day, Hannah phoned Sam Bright and offered to sell him the bronze statuette for £500. He, obviously enjoying himself, beat down the price to £400. He came over in the afternoon to collect it. "No hard feelings, Hannah. It's a fair price. Between you and me, the buyer I have in mind is Greek. So this little fellow will be going home, won't he? Sam patted the god's unmoving hair. Hannah wrapped him up in tissue paper and bubble wrap, then handed him over. How much will your Greek pay for him? Now, you know I'm paying you a decent price. I could ask how much you paid for him. As Sam left, Hannah felt a great surge of relief. Hannah and Mark had agreed to a sort of trial separation, even though they didn't live together. Mark had a flat in Kilburn. In fact, it had been Mark who suggested it. With Photonus out of the way, Hannah hoped things would settle down and they could begin seeing each other again. The headline blazed out of the front page of that day's London Evening News. Hannah recognized the photo of the olive-skinned young man at once. Woman stabs jealous boyfriend. Sociology student Saeed Karimi, 21, is in intensive care tonight after a row with his ex-girlfriend led to serious knife injuries. Friends of the injured man named the perpetrator as Nadia Boutros, 20, who is now believed to be in police custody. Peter Davis, 21, friend of the couple, said, "I think she just snapped." Saeed had become extremely possessive and jealous of Nadia, which led her to end the relationship. But he didn't seem to be able to move on. It's so sad. They were a lovely couple. None of us really knows what went wrong. Mr. Karemi has undergone emergency surgery and is expected to survive his injuries. It was absurd, she thought, to blame a god of dubious providence for this. But surely Karemi was unaware of the attribution of the deity. He didn't know anything about him, but had simply found the god on a grave. Hopefully, Karemi would recover from his wounds, but she dreaded the possibility that he might make another visit to her shop. She shuddered, glad that Photonus was no longer her responsibility. Now that he had gone, Hannah expected that she and Mark would be able to stop their ridiculous bickering. She was confident that she could persuade him to leave Marie alone and come and live with her above the shop, where she would be able to keep a much closer eye on him, and they would be happy, beyond the gaze of the bronze statuette. Chapter 4. The Fell Race. Several days had passed since the incident, and the villagers were still coming to terms with the fact that their young people would have to lie low for a while. Mike's 2 teenage daughters were caught up in it, and he informed them that they would be grounded for the next month. This was, he liked to think, more for their own protection than for any other reason. It was not a punishment. Many parents had taken the same course of action, although there were a few who were more inclined to leniency. Whether through choice or laziness, he didn't know. The real fear of many in the village was that the local newspaper would get to hear of the incident, resulting in some sort of garbled version of events being cobbled into a story which would be, at best, only half the truth. And half the truth would be bad enough if it got out to the wider world. Not that everything could be swept under the carpet. The air ambulance had rescued 2 of the more seriously injured runners. Both had broken legs and were still in hospital. So far, though, the police had not become involved. The injuries had been put down to unlucky accidents. It seemed to be tacitly understood in the village that for the sake of all concerned, this was how things should stay. There had never been a similar occurrence. The under-18 fell race had been run at every village event since anyone could remember. The small silver trophies presented to the boy and girl winners were worn smooth with polishing. The route up to and down from the fell similarly eroded by the feet of the racers, the more serious of whom trained for the event for some weeks beforehand. A significant cash prize for the winner and runners-up had helped ensure a healthy number of participants over the years. Mike's daughters, Chloe and Charlotte, had never been grounded before and were spending much of their time keeping in touch with the other fell runners on social media. Charlotte was trying to find out if anyone had taken photographs, but it seemed that everyone had been wearing racing strip without pockets and had left their mobile phones behind. There was a great deal of sympathy for those who had been injured, but no one had yet admitted seeing exactly how the injuries had occurred. Charlotte sat up on her bed. I don't see why we should be punished for something we can't even remember. There could be any number of reasons for what happened. Maybe there was gas escaping from the old lead mines or something, and we all blacked out. I remember some of the race, don't you? Said Chloe. Slogging up the fields onto the moor, being overtaken by just about everyone else. You were ahead of me. Then the cloud came down, and it was difficult to see more than a few meters ahead. The shouts came from somewhere near the top. Then I lost track, and I can't remember anything else until the rescue party found us wandering about in the heather. None of it makes much sense. They had reprised the story several times. I know, said Charlotte. It's the same for everyone, more or less. We've come out of it reasonably well. Maggie Dawson is really upset and is taking diazepam. Several people are badly cut and bruised. Joe and Sarah are still in hospital and will be in plaster for several months. Mike had been searching the internet for similar incidents but found little that seemed to fit. There was a mass hallucination during a village celebration in Mexico, but that was thought to have a religious cause. Several disappearances during long-distance races were reported, although he felt disinclined to believe in them. He probably would not have believed what happened at the fell race if his own daughters had not been involved. It seemed to him that there was more they could tell him if they wanted to. A whole field of competitors could not simply have become lost on a hillside that was well known to them. Charlotte and Chloe soon grew tired of their incarceration. Not that there was much to do in the village in the evenings, but they missed the youth club meetings and dances in the nearby town and badminton in the neighbouring village. Thank heavens for Facebook, said Chloe. This is daft, though, said Charlotte. What do they think they're protecting us from? We're going to school every day. I suppose they're worried about something they don't understand. Well, we don't understand it either, but keeping us in our rooms isn't going to make any difference. So what if it gets in the papers? It's old news now anyway. Joe and Sarah had been released from hospital, but neither could remember much about how they came by their broken legs. Both had joined the Facebook debate. It was noticeable to the young people that their parents were reluctant to lift the curfew. Exams were looming, and it was almost as if the incident was being used as an excuse to keep them in their rooms revising. Mike, for one, was prepared to admit that he found it more comfortable when he knew his daughters were safe in their bedrooms. But the time came when the curfew had to be lifted, and the teenagers of the village were free to meet up once more. Mike drove Charlotte and Chloe to the youth club dance. It feels like ages since we were allowed out, said Charlotte. Most of the other fell runners were there. They sat in chairs around the dance floor. I don't feel like dancing, said Chloe. It doesn't feel right when Joe and Sarah can hardly walk. The runners huddled together and talked only of the incident and why they were unable to remember what had happened. Some of the parents seemed to believe there had been some kind of fight caused by over-competitiveness, but no one who was actually there could remember anything of the kind. However, as they could recall little, nothing could be ruled out. That was part of the problem. While the girls were at the youth club, Mike met his friend John in the village pub. John's son, Ian, had been one of those most affected by whatever had happened on the fell. He's just not the same, said John. He's much more lifeless somehow. He's gone to youth club, but his heart's not in it. Mike nodded. I don't know what my two are thinking. They've stopped talking to me about anything important. I almost wish they had boyfriends. It might take them out of themselves. None of them seem to be dating. Maybe it's delayed shock. Do you think we ought to get them some counselling? Asked Mike. I don't know. You hear some funny stories about that sort of thing. Do we really want to stir it up even more? At the youth club, each fell runner was taking it in turns to relate yet again what they remembered about the incident. Maggie Dawson was already in tears. I was doing really well and hoping I might win. You couldn't see much through the cloud, but I know the fell so well it didn't matter. Sarah was right in front of me. and I was shaping up to pass her when I heard a shout ahead. Then I remembered nothing until the rescue party found us. I can't stop thinking about it. How on earth did Joe and Sarah end up with broken legs? I can't help wondering whether there might be more to it, said Chloe. Something must have happened in the time we lost up there. But what? It can only have been half an hour before the rescue party arrived. Wouldn't it be worse if nothing happened? Asked Ian. If we just slipped through time. But why us? That's what I want to know. The discussion meandered around on the same track for the rest of the evening, as it had on Facebook during the weeks the curfew had been in place. The youth club dance was the last event that any of the runners attended before their exams. All of the teenagers in the village stayed in their rooms revising or sending messages to each other. Mike, John, and the other parents had now become concerned about their children's apparent loss of confidence in social situations, but could hardly insist that they should go out when exams were so close. Mike had been visiting websites dealing with teenage anxiety, but the girls did not seem particularly anxious, or at least he thought not, although it was difficult to tell when they were hardly talking to him. The summer wore on and the exams came and went. Chloe and Charlotte had been expected to do well, but at the last parents' evening, the teachers were more downbeat, asking if there was anything wrong at home. The teenagers of the village were still keeping mostly to their rooms, and it seemed there was little their parents could do to entice them out. Many of the older teenagers, including Chloe, had applied to various universities earlier in the year and were waiting for their exam results to see if they had been accepted. The parents began meeting regularly in the pub to discuss their children. Although the physical wounds had mostly healed, it seemed that the fell runners were unable to move on from the trauma of the race. Mike did not subscribe to the theory that there had been some kind of fight. He felt, as did John, that the most likely explanation was that the runners had been party to a mass hallucination brought on by disorientation after the sudden descent of the cloud. A vote was taken on the counselling issue, and it was agreed that the fell runners should be carefully looked after, with parents watching out for any more worrying behaviour. It was generally felt that time would be the best healer. The jury was out as to whether or not the next fell race would go ahead at the church fete at the beginning of September. Mike was against it. Chloe and Charlotte had found a chat site dedicated to strange happenings, UFO sightings, out-of-body experiences, remote viewing, etc. Ian had taken up evangelical Christianity in a big way. Maggie was into yoga and mindfulness. All over the village, paths to enlightenment and understanding were being explored. 2 days before the first exam results were due, Chloe and Charlotte disappeared from their rooms. At first, Mike thought the girls had simply gone out to meet friends. He was relieved that they had at least seen fit to leave the house of their own accord. But when they failed to return for dinner, he rang round their friends' parents and discovered that many of the teenagers were missing. The parents met at the pub to decide whether or not to call the police. When half the village turned up, it was clear that they were going to have to involve the authorities. It seemed that every one of the fell runners was missing, including Joe and Sarah, who were still on crutches. "We should have done something about this before," said Susan Dawson. "We all knew there was something wrong. How could we have let it come to this?" Mike shrugged. "They might be somewhere close by. They'll have arranged to meet via Facebook. There may be nothing to worry about. We've all been wanting them to go out more after all. Chloe and Charlotte haven't packed bags or taken their laptops. Perhaps they'll be back before it gets dark." There was a gloomy silence. John said, "I'll phone the police." The other parents nodded. Above the village on the fell, the low cloud descended once more. Only the mournful warble of the curlew disturbed the silence. Already, small stones and plants were encroaching onto the unused route of the fell race, reclaiming the edges of the scar. Soon, bilberry, grass, and heather would regenerate on the bare, peaty earth at the centre of the track. Chapter 5. Job Start. Luke found it difficult to sleep during the late summer nights. Half the city seemed to be awake and partying outside, until the early hours of the morning. Tonight, he was resentful that he was both kept awake and not partying himself, although it was a fact that he could have gone out on the town if he had wanted to. The house was close to the city centre, one of a street of terraced Victorian houses that had somehow survived the Blitz and were now rather run down. Most were rented properties like Luke's. He shared the house with fellow ex-students, Gareth and Johnny. Gareth had a job in engineering, which was something to do with vibrations in wind turbines. Johnny and Luke were unemployed. Luke was pretty certain that both his housemates were out. The house was quiet, and Johnny had a habit of watching television until 3 or 4 in the morning. When he wasn't out drinking, Luke threw off the duvet and got up. He stretched. The bed was very uncomfortable, and he had been meaning to ask their landlord to replace the mattress. The landlord rarely made an appearance and could only be contacted via the letting agency. Luke pulled on his jeans and went downstairs to the kitchen. Someone had drunk the last of his orange juice, so he poured himself a glass of water from the tap. From outside, he could hear singing. He found his keys and he let himself out of the front door. The singers were a group of men making their way slowly along the street, presumably on their way home. They shouted at Luke in a friendly, inclusive way. It was warm and muggy. A cloud obscured the moon. Luke sipped his glass of water and looked up at the rapidly lightening sky. Winter seemed far away, but he knew that in only a couple of months' time it would be dark by the late afternoons and cold in the evenings. Then, if he was lucky, the revellers would disappear inside until the spring. From the centre of the city came an orange glow, and the hoot of car horns. 2 figures turned the corner into the street, and Luke saw that it was Gareth and Johnny. "You should have come with us," said Johnny as they drew nearer to the house. "I've got a job start interview tomorrow," said Luke. The plan was to get some sleep. "You might as well have enjoyed yourself," said Gareth. It was clear that they had drunk a good deal. Bitter was £1 a pint in town. They let themselves into the house. Johnny turned on the television. Gareth went into the kitchen and drank several glasses of water. "I suppose I'd better go to bed. I've a presentation to make in the morning." Luke couldn't understand how Gareth held down a responsible job with so little sleep. Johnny was laughing at a rerun sitcom as Gareth and Luke went up to bed. After his interview at the job centre, Luke went straight back to the house. He could not afford even to treat himself to a cup of coffee. He went online and began looking for jobs. With his degree in philosophy, there was little that would suit him or that he would be suitable for. This had been the theme of the job start interview, during which it was suggested that he would have to lower his hopes or lose his welfare benefits. It was made clear that he was expected to work anywhere that would have him. Or he could go home to Sussex, where his parents would grudgingly accept him, but where there were even fewer job opportunities. There he could walk in the wild woods and hear the birds sing, and roam along the deep, narrow lanes under the trees, and drink local beer in country pubs, until his parents tired of him or his benefits were withdrawn. Luke felt as if he was expected to make important decisions about his future without being aware of all the facts. Johnny and Gareth seemed able to bumble along quite happily. Johnny had managed to stay out of work for over a year without anyone taking away his benefits. After lunch, Luke set off on one of his long afternoon walks. He made his way out into the leafy suburbs where large houses stood in substantial grounds. He walked on to where the countryside began, climbed a tree, and read his book for a while. The heat was palpable and closed in around him. He swigged water from a plastic bottle and dozed through to the evening. On the way back home, he bought fish and chips and ate them from the paper in the street. At home, Johnny was watching television in the sitting room. Gareth had yet to return from work. Luke fetched 2 cans of lager from the kitchen and gave one to Johnny. Johnny had read French at university. He was a year older than Luke. "When Gareth gets back, we're going to the pub. Do you want to come?" "I might," answered Luke. "I'm pretty skint, though." Johnny returned his attention to the television. "I could do with a few tips on how not to have to take a job." "Oh, I don't know," replied Johnny. "I just say what they want to hear, and they seem to leave me alone. It's sort of a game. You have to learn how to play it. Johnny gulped down the lager. They heard Gareth let himself in through the front door. How did the presentation go? Asked Johnny. Oh, fine, said Gareth diffidently. They liked it. They're taking me to Berlin next week. Cool, said Johnny. In the pub, the three of them sipped their beer. The Friday night crowd was beginning to trickle in, and the landlady, an old friend, shouted at them from the bar. All right, my lovely boys. They nodded cheerily. Gareth put his glass down on the table. I'm going to be working away for the next few months. After Berlin, they're sending me to Minnesota. Are you keeping your room? Asked Johnny. I'll still be paying my rent, Gareth assured him. Luke sighed. So the gang of three is breaking up. I suppose it had to happen at some point. He took a gulp of beer. We'd better get pissed then, said Johnny. He went to the bar to order 3 more pints. What are you going to do with yourself? Asked Gareth once Johnny had gone. Luke laughed. I suppose I'll have to take a job. I lack Johnny's skills as a layabout. Johnny returned with the beer. The pub was so crowded it was difficult to have a conversation. The pints slipped down quickly, and Gareth got up to fetch some more. On Monday, Luke received an email from his job start coordinator, informing him that he would be expected to attend a job interview the next day. It was at a private house in the suburbs, and the job on offer was part-time general handyman and gardener. Luke knew nothing about gardening, but it was made clear in the email that he would be assessed on whether or not he made a good impression with the interviewer. The would-be employers were a Mr. and Mrs. Hardy. Gareth had left the house early to catch his flight to Berlin. Johnny was still in bed. Luke lay on the sofa, contemplating the cracks in the ceiling, and fantasizing about how his charm would help him become the adopted son and heir of wealthy, childless Mr. and Mrs. Hardy. In the fantasy, he would eventually inherit their large Edwardian villa and never have to work again. The next day, Luke walked out to Fallside, the suburb where the Hardys lived. He was surprised to find himself turning into a cul-de-sac of modern brick detached houses, each with a tidy area of lawn and flower beds at the front. Number 15 was in the middle, on the north side of the road. The doorbell was answered by a middle-aged man in a business suit. There was a child's pushchair in the hall. Hello, he said. You must be Luke. Come on in. Luke stepped over a teddy bear. Somewhere, children were singing. I'm Simon Hardy. My wife is going to interview you. She'll be down in a minute. I'm just off to work. Come into the kitchen and have a cup of tea. The kitchen had an agger and was pleasantly warm and comfortable. Children's paintings covered the walls. Luke sipped his tea. We're looking for someone who can work flexible hours and is versatile, said Simon. Sinead has a lot on her plate with the children, and she works from home. She can't be expected to manage the garden and chores as well. Luke nodded. Do you like children, Luke? Luke swallowed. Oh, yes. Not that I've had a lot to do with them. I was one once, of course. Simon raised his eyebrows. Some contact with the children would be unavoidable. You do realize that? Yes. And that's all right, is it? You'll have to have all the proper checks and everything. How many children are there? Well, there's Ella, who's 4.5, and the twins. They're 2. Right, said Luke. There was a pause in the conversation. A woman put her head around the door and then came in. Hello, Luke. I'm Sinead. Sinead was some years younger than her husband. She put out her hand for Luke to shake. Well, you seem strong, she said. Are you a gardener? I'm not very knowledgeable, but I am good at following instructions. This was the answer Luke had practiced on his way to the interview. And Simon has explained about the children? Yes. Then I think you're hired. Simon grasped Luke's hand and shook it. Well done, you've passed. Luke blinked a few times, then managed to say, Thank you very much. Luke began working for the Hardys the next week. Ella, the eldest child, was at school, and Sinead put the twins down for their afternoon nap before coming out into the back garden to tell Luke what to do. It was very hot. He mowed the lawn, then began to weed the path. The garden was long and surprisingly large for so modern a house. There was a swing near some apple trees. Sinead sat on it for a while before returning to the house to work. "I'm a food and wine journalist," she told Luke in her lilting Welsh voice, the swing rocking back and forwards, her toes pointing out in front of her. "I specialise in British cuisine." Her skirt brushed the grass. It was a long path, and there were many weeds growing between the flags. Luke levered out each unwanted plant and threw it into a bucket. The garden had a slightly neglected look, but even he could see that it would not take much to put it back in good order. He couldn't imagine that he would be needed for more than a few hours each week. Later, Sinead brought the twins out to play. They were a boy and a girl, Bryn and Suki, and they toddled around the garden together. Both showed some interest in Luke and his task, crouching down to examine the weeds. Sinead sat on the swing and watched them. The twins began singing in a high-pitched warble, achieving a curious kind of harmony. The sound was not unpleasant, but Sinead laughed and put her fingers in her ears. Simon Hardy arrived home, bringing Ella with him. He changed out of his business suit and joined his family and Luke in the garden. Luke had nearly finished weeding the path. "Splendid job, Luke," said Simon, kissing Sinead on the top of her head and putting an arm around her shoulders. "Did you finish your article, darling?" "As near as, damn it," said Sinead. "My wife's been finding it hard to complete things since the twins were born. She needs a bit more help around the place, that's all." Sinead got off the swing. "I'm perfectly all right," she said. "Don't listen to Simon." Ella ran up to look at what Luke was doing. "Daddy, he's cutting out all the plants." "That's what we want him to do. He's making everything neat and tidy." "But I like the little plants." "There are plenty of flowers for you to like." Once more the twins began their eerie singing. Both Ella and Sinead put their fingers in their ears. Simon said, "Can't you stop them making that infernal racket? There's something wrong with them, I'm sure." 2 days later, Luke returned to the Hardys. Sinead asked him to weed the flower beds. This was a more difficult task, as he was not always aware of what was a flower or a weed. They agreed that Sinead would come out to the garden every quarter of an hour or so to point out the plants he could remove. The system worked well. It was still very warm, and Sinead seemed listless. At 3 o'clock she made them both a cup of tea, and they sat on the terrace to drink it. "Where in Wales do you come from?" asked Luke. "Gwent," replied Sinead. "A place called Carleon, near the border with England." "Do you miss your homeland? It must be different here." "I miss the green hills on summer nights, and the singing of the birds." After they had drunk their tea, Sinead left the twins to collect Ella from school. Luke lay down on the grass and gave himself up to the sun. Luke got into the rhythm of working 3 afternoons each week for the Hardys. As soon as he had tidied the garden, the weather broke and the autumn storms began. Sinead found some indoor jobs for him, including putting up shelves in the twins' bedroom and fitting a new carpet in the hall. While Sinead worked in her study, Bryn and Suki would sit close to Luke and sing their curious songs. As the twins grew used to him, Sinead left them more in his care. In truth, he did not mind, because they were a self-sufficient pair and needed little input from him. Ella was harder work, but she was at school for most of the afternoon, and so he had less time with her. One day, after a few weeks, Simon came home early. It soon became evident that he was in a foul temper. He slammed the bedroom door when he went up to change and shouted at Sinead, even though he knew Luke and his children would hear. Ella began wailing, and Luke, who had been mending a kitchen cupboard, put his arm around the little girl to comfort her. Simon came into the room in time to see this and lost his temper, accusing Luke of worming his way into the affections of his wife and children. "You want me to care for your family, don't you?" said Luke, trying to keep calm. "That's what you pay me for." Simon went out in the car, screeching tires on the drive. Sinead came down the stairs to the kitchen and picked up Ella. "He's lost his job," she said, "and we're mortgaged up to the hilt. My measly earnings won't cover it. I'm sorry, Luke. We're going to have to let you go." Luke couldn't help it. He put his arms around Sinead and Ella. Upstairs, the twins began to sing. Then he saw Sinead's shocked face and let go. He fetched his coat from the hall and left by the back door. "Bad luck," said Johnny. "I know you were on a cushy little number there. Wait till Gareth comes back next week and we'll drown our sorrows. He'll be loaded. I'm completely broke." Later in the week, Luke took one of his long walks to the suburbs, but it was cold and he could not recapture the old magic. He had not meant to, but he walked to Fallside. Simon's car was in the drive of number 15. Somehow, Luke found the courage to ring the bell. Simon answered and had the good grace to look ashamed. "Luke, I behaved very badly towards you, and I apologize. Come in out of the rain. The family would love to see you." Luke found himself in the living room, where the children were playing. They rushed over and grabbed him round the legs. "Luke! Luke! Is Sinead here?" he asked. "She's upstairs writing an article. She's our breadwinner now." Simon went to the bottom of the stairs and called his wife to come down. Sinead looked pale. She would not meet Luke's eye. "I wanted to say that I would gladly work for you for nothing," said Luke, looking at Sinead. Simon shifted uncomfortably. "That's not really going to happen. We have our pride. Besides, I'm able to do the chores for the time being, until I find another job." Luke was silent. The twins began their unearthly singing. Simon told them to stop. Gareth returned from Minnesota early in November with presents of duty-free spirits for Johnny and Luke. And after they had helped Gareth clean his room and the communal rooms of the house, it was a bit of a mess, he took them both out to dinner. Johnny had at last been unable to avoid taking a part-time job, waiting tables at a cafe in town. Luke was working in a library on a voluntary basis. They went to an Italian restaurant in the city centre, where they drank 3 bottles of red wine. Gareth regaled them with tales of his time in the States, although he had mostly been working. Then they went to see a band. When Luke finally went home to bed, his ears were ringing, and in his drunken state, he thought he could hear the singing of the twins. At the library, Luke spent most of his time shelving returned books. He found the work congenial, because he could sometimes read a few pages, and then borrow the books that seemed the most interesting. Once or twice, he found one whose pages sang to him. After a few weeks, Luke received a phone call from Simon Hardy. He said that he had found a new job, and they would like to employ Luke again, on the same basis as before. Luke felt that he should say no, or play hard to get. But instead he said, "I'd love to." He arranged to go to the house that afternoon. Sinead and the children let him in. They all went into the kitchen, which was as warm and cheerful as he remembered it. It was the half-term holiday, and Ella pointed out some of her new drawings on the wall. The twins clung to Luke's leg and sang. Sinead said, "Could you rake up the leaves in the back garden? Simon thinks they look a mess." The leaves from the beech and apple trees were wet, but easy to scrape into piles. He transferred the leaf piles to the large compost heap in the far corner of the garden. It took him barely half an hour. Back inside, Sinead made them tea. Luke said, "I've been discovering some Welsh writers in the library I'm working in." Sinead went to the window and looked out at the garden. Darkness would soon be upon them. "You've made a good job of the leaves. Your voice is a song," said Luke. Sinead could not find the courage to turn around. Chapter 6. Reality TV, 15th February. Morning. I have been looking forward to being here so much, and now it hardly seems real. The view from my bedroom window is of fields and sheep, and a hill that is almost a mountain. It is very much like the landscape we dreamed of when we first watched the series. Only on TV, the fields are framed by the screen. Here, they seem to flow on forever. Last night, near the end of our journey, we stopped for a pizza in the local town. It was dark and there were few people about. When we arrived at the cottage, I looked up at the sky and found that I could see the stars. Really see them. Really see them, I mean. And more of them than ever before. There is little light pollution here and hardly any people. Once, We heard someone say on the series that there are more sheep than folk in the Dales, and more stars than sheep, I could add. I can hear Mum and Dad unpacking supplies in the kitchen. They sound almost cheerful. Yesterday, during our journey, they put on brave faces for my sake. It could be that it's too soon for a holiday, or maybe it's one that we really need. None of us are sure which. I have a twin-bedded room. Mum and Dad have a big double bed in theirs. I have explored all the rooms in the cottage and the outbuildings. It is larger than our house. And there is a table tennis table in the barn. After breakfast, we're going to walk around the village, and then we'll have lunch in the pub. In the brochure, it says that there is no shop or cafe and only one pub, so there is little choice about where to eat. Tomorrow, we'll get back in the car and explore the Dale and some of the nearby villages and visit some of the locations for the series. Evening. The houses here are built of stone and have thick stone slabs on their roofs. They are unalike, having been built at different times, even though many of them are attached to each other. As well as the pub, there is a disused church, a chapel, a garage, and a village hall. Once there was a school beside the church, but it was closed many years ago. The pub landlord told us that the children are bused into a nearby village where there is a small primary school. The secondary school is in the town, where we bought the pizza. That's where I would go if we lived here. I've never stayed in a village before. If we lived here, then I would come to know every stone, every clump of moss, every crow. I would attend each village event, domino drives, fetes, carpet bowls, according to the notice board, and go to the pub every night, as some people do in the series. Our pub lunch was very good, although Dad says it was not cheap. He and Mum were quiet on the walk, and over our meal, I did most of the talking, which is happening more than it used to. When there were 4 of us, things were more even. I suppose there has to be some readjustment, a realignment to reflect the lack of symmetry. It has been grey and drizzly all day, unlike in the series, which they film mostly on dry days, although the people in it talk about the weather all the time. We first came across the series one evening when flicking through the channels looking for something to watch. We thought it was a spoof reality soap set in an impossible world. It dawned on us after a couple of episodes that it was real, and we soon became obsessed with the people featured in it. Cliff, the sheep farmer, Maggie, who cleans the holiday cottages, John in the garage. Mum and Dad have never been able to see the attraction, but I think they were amused to find us enthralled by something so unlikely. This afternoon, I played table tennis with Dad until he grew tired of it. Mum read her book in the living room, stretched out on the sofa. There is no television here, and in any case, I am longing to get out and about. But Mum and Dad need to rest after yesterday's journey. Mum, especially, does not have the stamina she used to. 16th February. I have seen John's garage and Cliff's sheep, but I found that I could not bring myself to approach any of our heroes. I felt shy and diffident, but it was more than that. Perhaps keeping the real people at arm's length preserves my appreciation of them. Unedited, would they live up to their on-screen characters? I realized that I did not want to take the risk of finding out. John was striding up the road from the garage, his unmistakable lanky form eating up the ground, but I would not let Dad drive past him. We drove instead to Cliff's farm, which is in a tiny hamlet 20 miles north of our cottage. There was smoke rising from his chimney, but I would not knock at his door. I know from the series that Cliff's sheep are those with the black faces, curly horns, and long, straggly wool roaming over the coarse grassland and moorland that we drove through to get to his farm. His sheepdogs were barking as we briefly got out of the car, and I smelt the sharp tang of coal smoke hanging in the stillness. There has been not a breath of wind today, but the sun is too feeble to break through the clouds. I know from the series how fickle the Dale's weather can be. We bought pies from a butcher's in one of the larger villages near Cliff's farm. It was warm enough to sit outside to eat them. Mum was impressed by the number of shops around the village green, although Dad pointed out that 2 of the 4 pubs had to let signs outside. After lunch, we drove to the village where Maggie lives. Her 4x4 was parked outside her house, and we could see all of her paraphernalia in the back, the famous feather duster and innumerable cans and bottles of polish and cleaning products. Her village is larger than most we had driven through, with a functioning school and a convenience store and post office. She's your favourite, isn't she? Gossiping about holiday cottage owners, people in her village and her own family, while brushing out fireplaces and making up beds. As we drove slowly past, Maggie came out of her front door and let herself into her vehicle. I took out my phone to take a picture, and then thought better of it. Mum laughed good-naturedly at me, then was crestfallen when I explained. I wasn't thinking, Mum. I was taking the photo for Sarah. We were quiet on our way back to the cottage. The evening has been spent playing Scrabble and gin rummy. We are tired, after the fresh air of our day out, and we are each afraid of upsetting the others by talking out of turn. 17th February. Mum has one of her headaches, so we left her in bed at the cottage while Dad drove me to Richmond. There, we found a tiny cinema in a disused railway station where we watched an old film called The Innocents. Dad wasn't impressed because he doesn't like plots to be so unresolved. This may be why he doesn't watch the series. We had lunch in a pub from which you can walk to a waterfall. It featured in the first season of the series, when a brass band competition was held on the land by the beck. The rivers and becks are swollen with rain, so the waterfall was very impressive, roaring over the high rocks and giving off a fine spray which dampened my hair and made it curly. Dad laughed at my attempts to straighten it with my fingers. He seems more cheerful when he isn't fussing over Mum. They fuss over each other, which is half the trouble. Back at the cottage, Mum was up and looking brighter. We decided to go to the pub for dinner. I put on my black dress and high heels, and even Dad made an effort, appearing in a clean shirt and a tie. There was a difficult moment when the landlord unaccountably asked, "A table for 4?" as we walked in, but we managed to enjoy our meal without further upsets. You would have loved the young waiter, who made a brave stab at pronouncing some of the more elaborate dishes on the menu. When we got back to the cottage, Mum went to the living room cupboard and took out the urn. "I think it's time," she said. "Come on, don't stand there staring. We'll do it now." So, with the help of a torch Dad found in the kitchen, we filed out into the back garden and tipped what is left of you onto a weedy flower bed. It was almost a comical moment. Afterwards, Dad opened his bottle of whiskey, and we each had a large draught, which on top of the wine they drank in the pub, made our parents drowsy. They went up to bed soon afterwards. I suppose I should be glad that it has happened at last, even though it was something of an anticlimax. You have travelled so many miles with us, and now you will remain here in the garden and be a part of this place that we have loved forever. 18th February. Today we took a trip out to a village in the Southern Dales, where there is a famous church with mouseman pews and woodwork. It's where J.B. Priestley was born. We looked round the church interior dutifully, and on coming out of the main door to walk around the graveyard, we bumped into a small man in a dog collar. It was Rev Martin from the series. He dropped his bag, and when he had picked it up, he said hello and shook Dad's hand. "What do you think of our little church?" he asked. "It's lovely," I simpered in my excitement. "I just love all the little wooden mice." Mum put a hand on his arm. You mustn't mind Selma, she said. She's a big fan of your series, and we've had a bereavement in the family. Dad and I looked at her in surprise. Rev Martin's expression and manner changed. I'm very sorry to hear that. Please accept my sympathies. If there's any help that I can give, I can't think of anything you can do or say. What possible help could you give someone who has lost a daughter? She asked. I think it must be one of the very worst things that can happen to anyone, especially when it makes no sense. Dad said, Rosalie. Then his voice gave out. There was an uncomfortable silence while Rev Martin tried to think of something appropriate to say. He cleared his throat. Sometimes there is very little in life that makes any sense. I hope you can take some comfort that your daughter is now in a better place. Mum just looked at him. Dad put his arm around her shoulders and steered her towards the car. I thought, until we had driven halfway home, that by a better place, the Reverend had meant the weedy flower bed at the cottage. He at least tried to sound sincere. And he is more handsome in real life than he is in the series. You would be envious that I have met him. What a pity that I made such a fool of myself and could think of nothing witty or interesting to say. It seems that now we're here, we will bump into characters from a series whether I like it or not. When we arrived back at the cottage, Mum found the whiskey bottle and poured herself a large glassful. Dad unpacked the shopping and began taking out pots and pans, while I laid the table in the dining room. We ate our meal in silence. I did the washing up and Dad dried the dishes. Mum had taken the torch and gone out into the garden. 19th February. I came down to breakfast to find Mum and Dad in each other's arms when they realised I was there, which took some seconds. Mum smiled and Dad said, Don't mind your soppy old parents. Something seems to have changed between them, some shift in perspective. They have decided to pull together rather than pull each other apart. It has rained all day, so we took a driving tour around the southern half of the Dales. Mum switched on the radio, and we sang along to pop songs, as we used to. Some of the roads were wide enough only for one car. And on the road to Settle, I had to get out to open and close the gate. We stopped for a pot of tea and a plate of sandwiches at an isolated cafe and stared at the stupendous rain-lashed view. It almost felt like one of our old family days out. In the series, the landscape can be brooding or indifferent or benign, like a god from one of the old religions. Today we crawled over the face of the divine. Rev Martin is not averse to quoting from Greek philosophers in his sermons, so he will forgive me for a lapse into paganism, although I am sure as a Yorkshireman and a Christian, he would claim this as God's country. If I had paid more attention in our geography lessons, then I might understand the natural forces that form this extraordinary place. I would not need to rely on religion to explain the coves and fells and tarns and caves and limestone pavements, the scree slopes and sinkholes, although it is tempting to do so. Now it is night time, but the stars are hidden behind the clouds. Our parents are talking quietly in their room next door. I think, Sarah, they have turned the corner. They have each other. They are going to be all right. 20th February. Tomorrow we are going home, and we will be leaving you behind. This morning we walked from the cottage down to the river. There was a ruined chapel, and a sort of beach of cobbles on which we stood to skim flat stones across the water. Dad showed me how to do it. Afterwards, we went to the pub. To my surprise, Ivan O'Connor was there, drinking lemonade and talking to anyone who would listen about his vegetable garden. You'll remember that he was featured in season 3 of the series as a sort of holy fool dispensing platitudes about the weather and his plants. I had not realised that he lived in the village. Mum asked him for his autograph, and he gladly wrote it on a napkin. He was so pleased to be asked that I suspect he is not approached very often. After lunch, he showed us his vegetable patch and talked about it as if he was unaware that we had seen him in the series. This afternoon, I went out to the back garden and told you about Ivan. You laughed, and I asked you not to be so cruel. I said that he was a nice man with a few learning difficulties, and you laughed at me some more. You said, I remember when you found him amusing too. I could still see your cold, grey ash sticking to the damp mud of the flower bed. Soon the worms will drag you down into the soil. You will be here and I will have gone home. I plunged my fingers into your ashes and smeared them on my face. I don't want to be back in dull Northampton with my bereavement counsellor and the friends who eye me warily. I don't want to live a life without you. Can I not stay here with you and be in the series? Surely I'd make a good character. The girl who cannot leave her twin behind. But one day the ratings will begin to slide and the cameras will disappear from the Dales. What will happen to the people in the series then? How differently will they live their lives when they are left to live on their own? I washed the ash off my face before our parents saw it. I have spent the rest of the afternoon in my twin-bedded room writing this journal. I am noting down everything that happens, every incident, every piece of scenery, every person we have seen. Nothing will be forgotten or missed out. It will be here, waiting for you. Chapter 7. The Birdcage. The Birdcage was one of the surprisingly large number of establishments listed in directories of the most haunted pubs of England. It acquired its name during the Napoleonic Wars, when it was a jail for captured French soldiers. Since then, it had returned to its former use as a tavern. The medieval timber framing and beams ensuring that it was popular with those who liked to drink in a pub with plenty of character. Some customers, however, came because of the poltergeist, which was reputed to cause glasses to fly through the air and smash against the walls. Carol and Sean took over the tenancy of the Birdcage a few weeks before Christmas. The pub was well set up, with reliable staff and a good chef. It just needed titivating here and there, new chairs, and a rearrangement of the dining room. The previous tenants, Sue and Jeff, were retiring from the trade, and arranged for Carol and Sean an extended and comprehensive handover. They stressed the importance of the tourist trade and the inclusion of the pub as a stopping point on several ghost tour coach trips. Smaller parties of tourists tended to eat in the pub and sometimes stayed the night in the 4 bedrooms. It was mainly the food that made the business profitable. Sue suggested that they could theme the food and rooms around the poltergeist, but perhaps that was going too far. The first coach party of Chinese tourists arrived on a Monday lunchtime. The tour guide and translator, Lynn, was a smartly dressed Englishwoman of Chinese descent. There was a certain difficulty in fitting 30 people in the smallish public bar, but they didn't seem to mind that it was standing room only for most of them. Lynn explained about the poltergeist, and photographs were taken of the bar. The tourists then began to order, with Lynn's help, halves of bitter and sandwiches. There was a contented cacophony of Cantonese. As Carol took the orders through to chef, she felt the only thing that was missing from a profitable lunchtime service was the poltergeist itself. Neither she nor Sean had heard the ghost, and she was unsure if that was a good thing. If they were to rest much of their reputation on the poltergeist, then she felt it would be useful if it occasionally manifested itself. On the other hand, it might be quite upsetting and frightening if it did. Sue and Jeff had been reticent about the ghost, claiming it had only once been active during their tenure, when one evening 2 full pints of bitter had been mysteriously knocked off the counter. Carol and Sean posed for several photos, and then the Chinese group departed, leaving the public bar to be cleared and cleaned. That evening, it was quiet, with only a few regulars drinking at the bar. Jeremy Taylor sipped his pint of bitter. "I heard you had a coachload at lunchtime," he said to Sean. "Good business for you." "Yes," agreed Sean. "They came to see the poltergeist, I expect," said Jeremy. "I don't suppose it obliged." "It didn't," said Sean. "You know, we could rig something up. Knock over a few pints for you. No trouble." Thank you, Jeremy, but I think we'll give it a miss. You can imagine the bother we'd be in if it got out that we were faking it. I was in here one night when it did kick off, said Sol Blandford. It made a hell of a mess. Chucking pints against the wall there. I reckon it must be an angry soul. One of those prisoners of war, I expect, that was locked up here. Later, when closing time had passed and they were alone behind the bar, Carol said it wouldn't be a bad idea. Faking the ghost, I mean. We could film it on my phone and post it on YouTube. It would be great for trade. Think about it, Sean. Sean scratched his chin. I'm not sure. Word would be bound to get out that we rigged it, and it would cause more trouble than it's worth. Come on, Sean. No publicity is bad publicity. If we're going to make this place work, we need more tourists. The idea was left unresolved between them. Trade before Christmas was brisk, but they could see from the books that the pub was only just profitable. They had a visit from one more Chinese coach party, and it was as successful as the first. Another would have been more than useful, despite holding a weekly music evening when customers could bring their own instruments to play and a quiz night. They were not attracting enough people who wanted to eat. It was an unavoidable fact that their unique selling point was the poltergeist, and they were failing to promote it adequately. So Carol and Sean found themselves with Jeremy Taylor filming, as with the aid of a simple contraption of string and sellotape, 2 pints of bitter was seemingly knocked off the bar by an invisible force. Carol posted the footage on their Facebook page and on YouTube with the comment, "Spooky goings on at the birdcage. Invisible pint spiller disrupts drinkers at our medieval pub." As Carol predicted, it soon had thousands of views, and the local radio station came to interview them. In the 2 weeks before Christmas, trade improved by 50%, with many more tourists eating in the pub. Even after Christmas, customer numbers held up, although there was no more poltergeist activity, real or rigged, to help things along. Carol went ahead with theming the rooms and food, and they continued to take more bookings. Profits were up, and all seemed to be going well. The first sign of trouble came in the Friday edition of the local paper, where a short paragraph caught Sean's attention. All is not quite as it seems at the Birdcage public house, where sources suggest that recent YouTube footage of their resident poltergeist was faked by a local drinker and the landlord and landlady, Sean and Carol Dennis. A shabby trick indeed. Sean called his wife over. "I knew it would end in tears." Carol swallowed. "Jeremy must have talked. They'll have got him drunk. What do we do now? We pretend it was all tongue-in-cheek. No one was supposed to take it seriously." So they fronted it out, and the strategy seemed to work. The local paper printed a largely sympathetic interview in which they admitted the ruse, and views of the footage continued to rise. Now the tourists came to see where the video had been made. Bookings increased, and they had to hire another assistant for the kitchen. In the evenings, the pub was heaving with local drinkers and tourists. Jeremy Taylor apologized for spilling the beans about the video. Unsurprisingly, he had been drinking with the journalist, who it turned out had already smelt a rat. When Carol came downstairs one morning, she at first could not work out what had happened. Broken glass lay all over the floor of the public bar, and bottles were strewn over the counter and shelves. She thought there must have been a break-in, but when she tried the doors, they were still locked. As she and Sean cleared up, she said, "You know what this is, don't you? It's the poltergeist." "Don't be soft," said Sean. "Someone must have got in through a window." "They're all locked too." Sean blinked. Carol said, "It must have been angry that we faked it." "You do talk rubbish," said Sean, uncertainly. "You don't really believe in the damn thing, do you?" Carol looked at him in surprise. "Of course I do. Sue and Jeff saw it, didn't they? I thought they might have made that up to impress us. Several of the regulars have been in when it kicked off." "So they say. Well, how do you explain all this mess if it isn't the poltergeist?" Sean had no answer. Once they had cleared it up, Carol suggested that they should set up CCTV cameras in the bar. Much to her surprise, Sean agreed and spent the rest of the day researching on the internet and purchasing a system. It arrived by courier the following day, and Sean spent several hours after lunch installing it. "We'll soon get to the bottom of your poltergeist," he said to Carol. However, nothing further happened, except that bookings held up and Carol and the chef changed the menu so that it included more high-end, extra profitable dishes. After Easter, the coach tours started up again, and more of them arranged to stop off at the Birdcage, which was conveniently situated between London and Stratford-upon-Avon. In April, a party of German tourists called in. They mainly drank quantities of bottled lager and ordered fish and chips. When it was explained that there weren't enough fish to go round, there was a mini riot in the bar, although it was largely good-natured once they steered onto other dishes. Gunther spoke the best English. We wanted to see, or should I say hear, your famous poltergeist. Do you think it could be arranged? Carol laughed. Oh, it can't be summoned up. It has a will of its own. It hasn't been active for several months. But you never know. You might be lucky if you stay long enough. Gunther grinned. Then I'll have another of these lagers, please. The party stayed for another 3 hours, despite the best efforts of the tour guide to get them back on the coach. 5 days later, the German tourists stopped again, on their way back from touring the west of England. Gunther greeted Carol like an old friend. We have stopped at many haunted pubs, but none were as atmospheric as the Birdcage. They ordered fish and chips and pies, and more bottles of lager. It seemed they hadn't experienced hauntings at any of the pubs they stopped at. Gunther was sanguine about this, saying, "We are so noisy, it would frighten the devil away." And indeed it would have been possible to miss the poltergeist when it finally put in an appearance towards the end of the lunchtime service. The tourist party were well lubricated by then and singing German songs. Carol felt a sudden drop in temperature behind the bar. She reached for her cardigan, and then all hell let loose, with glasses falling off the counter and smashing against the walls. Several of the German tourists didn't realize what was happening, and thinking it was some local custom, threw their lager bottles onto the floor. Gunther came running in from the dining room. "It's the ghost, isn't it, Carol?" he said, surveying this scene of devastation. Sean came into the bar from the dining room just as the manifestation ceased. "What's happened here?" he asked. "It's the poltergeist," said Gunther. "Perhaps it doesn't like our singing." Sean turned to Carol. "It's real," she said. "I saw it." Sean was baffled. "Are you having me on?" he asked. "No, I swear. Those glasses smashed against the wall by themselves. Can't you feel how cold it is?" Sean shuddered briefly and swore. He took out his mobile and found the number of their local journalist. As there were several other eyewitnesses prepared to talk to the reporter, a lengthy article appeared in the local newspaper, which was picked up by the Nationals. Soon, the story was all over social media and ghost-themed blogs. The Birdcage had its moment of fame or notoriety, depending on your point of view. It was very good for business. From that day onwards, Carol and Sean came downstairs every morning to a mess of broken glass and disarranged bottles in the public bar. Carol soon grew sick of all the work entailed in cleaning it up. The CCTV had stopped working, and despite spending an afternoon dismantling the cameras and checking the wiring, Sean could not mend it. He sent the whole system back to the internet trader he had bought it from. "I'd like to know what this is all about," said Sean. "If it is one of those prisoners of war, then were they badly treated? I wonder, do you think we can do something to appease him so that he stops smashing up the bar?" In the end, they called in the vicar of St. Mary's, who was persuaded, rather against her will, to perform an exorcism. Carol filmed the ceremony surreptitiously on her phone and posted it on Facebook. Things quietened down for a few days, and just as they were beginning to believe that the exorcism had been successful, the mayhem started up again. This time, glasses were flung at the wall while a coach party of British ghost hunters were in the pub. A shard of broken glass nicked the hand of a woman from Birmingham, and the small but deep wound began to bleed profusely. Carol bandaged it up as best she could and offered the woman and her husband a meal on the house. The woman was quite upset, despite being a ghost enthusiast. It seemed she assumed they had set up the glass smashing as a stunt. "If customers are going to be injured, then it is no laughing matter," Carol said to Sean that evening. "But what can we do?" he replied. "Exorcism hasn't worked. Maybe it's something simple he needs, like food. They can't have fed prisoners of war very well in those days." "So what are we going to do?" asked Sean. "Leave a steak and ale pie on the bar?" "Why not?" said Carol, "unless you can think of anything better." So that evening, Carol heated up one of the chef's pies and left it, gently steaming, on the counter. In the morning, the pie was still there, untouched and congealed, the public bar around it in perfect order. That was the beginning of the ritual which Carol and Sean carried out every night, leaving a hot pie on the counter for the poltergeist. The food was never touched, but they had no more trouble from the unruly spirit. It was a small price to pay. Soon, coach parties of ghost enthusiasts stayed until closing time to watch the ceremony of the appeasing pie. Business continued to boom. Chapter 8. Writer's Retreat. Joel had applied for the Rawthorpe Award with very low expectations, and so he was extremely surprised to receive a letter from the foundation telling him that he was the recipient of one of the 10 writers' bursaries on offer that year. He had only filled in the form because Sophie had persuaded him that he should, after he had been complaining that he could no longer find the space or time to write properly in their cramped flat. Alison, their 6-month-old baby, had taken over the tiny spare bedroom which had been his study. This had been a major setback for his novel. The letter explained that he met the award criteria, being an up-and-coming part-time writer with an ongoing project and some publication behind him, who would benefit from a 3-week writing retreat in a Scottish country house. He had provided a biography, a CV, and a brief outline of his novel, of which he had written the first 7 chapters. It was a sort of literary supernatural thriller set in North Yorkshire, where he had lived before meeting Sophie and moving to Oxford for her teaching job. Joel taught adult evening classes at the Further Education College. In the daytime, he mostly looked after Alison and wrote and planned his lectures while she was asleep. She was sleeping less now and soon would give up her morning nap. Joel had tried not to feel despair at what would happen when Alison became a toddler, requiring constant stimulation and supervision. The truth was, they needed Sophie's salary, and as he had no formal teaching qualifications, he could not justifiably complain about their working or childcare arrangements. Sophie was wholly positive about the award. 3 weeks of bliss, she said. You could just sleep through it all if you wanted to. Alison was teething, and none of them were getting much rest. Seriously, Joel, it's great news. They must think you have real potential. She kissed him, and they opened a bottle of wine to celebrate. After 3 glasses, Joel admitted to feeling a warm glow of satisfaction that his talent for writing, such as it was being recognized. 2 months later, at the beginning of August, Joel took the train up to London, then caught the East Coast Express from King's Cross to Edinburgh. He dozed most of the way. At Waverley Station, he changed to a local train which eventually dropped him off at Rawthorpe Village, where he found a taxi which took him to Rawthorpe House, a large, stone-built Georgian residence set in extensive grounds. It was just as well the award covered his travelling expenses, as the house was some miles from the station and the fare with tip came to £25. Rawthorpe House was set in a sort of hollow surrounded by high hills and mountains. No other houses or even farm buildings were visible from the house. It was all stunningly beautiful, the wild hills a counterpoint to the manicured gardens and parkland. The photographs on the leaflet he'd been sent did not do the house or its surroundings justice. It was unclear at which entrance he was supposed to present himself. So after some deliberation, he knocked at the rather grand front door. It was opened by a tall, slender man who held out his hand before Joel had a chance to introduce himself. "Do come in. We've been waiting for you. You are the last to arrive. Of all our award winners, you had the furthest to travel. You may leave your bag here." The interior of the house was just as impressive as the exterior. Exquisite Georgian furniture and paintings lined the long hall. The tall man led Joel to the far end and then opened a door into a large formal dining room full of seated people. The table already set for dinner. Joel felt suddenly overwhelmed as conversations petered out around him. A small, middle-aged woman in a high-necked Chinese dress got up and walked over to him. "You must be Joel," she said, shaking his hand. "Come and sit down. Now you're here, we can serve dinner. I'm sure you must be hungry." She indicated that he should sit between an elderly man and a young woman with dyed red hair. Joel smiled at them somewhat nervously. The woman in the Chinese dress left the room. "Are we all award winners?" Joel asked the young woman next to him. "Yes," she answered. "Not counting Mrs. Howden, of course. She's the supervisor. Who's the tall man who showed me in?" "That's Lord Rawthorpe," said the elderly man. "He allows the foundation to take over his house for 3 weeks every year. God knows why, but he seems to quite enjoy it." "I thought he might be the butler or something," Joel said. "It's a pretty amazing place, isn't it?" Joel had read the information that had been posted to him carefully. He would be seeing his fellow award winners only at meal times and in the evenings. The rest of his day would be spent in his writer's cell, where he would be expected to work on his novel. There were 10 cells, one for each award winner. For exercise and fresh air, he could walk in the grounds. No other socializing was allowed, and mobile phones were to be switched off. Mrs. Howden re-entered the room. She wedged the door open behind her. "Dinner is served," she announced, smiling. 2 young waiters wheeled in trolleys bearing plates of steaming stew and vegetables. There was wine, and the meal, rounded off by fruit trifle and cheese and biscuits, was excellent. Joel made desultory conversation with Bernard, his elderly neighbor, who was writing a long, epic poem. Alex, the young woman with red hair, talked almost exclusively to her other neighbor, a good-looking middle-aged man with floppy hair. They were discussing various contemporary writers who Joel hadn't read. In fact, he found the conversations ranging around him somewhat depressing, his novel seeming pedestrian compared with the projects on which some of the others were working. At the end of the meal, Mrs. Howden stood up. "We're absolutely delighted to have so many talented writers here with us for the next 3 weeks. We trust you will make the most of what is, after all, a short period of time, but one which can be of real lasting benefit to your writing. Many of our previous award winners have gone on to great things, and there is no reason why that should not be the case for you. So good luck to you all. We will now show you to your rooms and your cells." Joel's bedroom was small, but had a view out onto the front garden and the mountains beyond. There was an ensuite shower room. His suitcase had been placed next to the wardrobe. He retrieved his laptop from it and took it with him to his cell, which was tiny, furnished with a desk and chair, an electric socket, and a small water dispenser. His name was on the door. There was a lavatory on the other side of the corridor. It seemed that the whole of the first floor had been recently remodeled. Very few original features remained. 9 more cells ranged along the corridor, each with a name plaque on its door. Night was falling, and Joel felt the need to stretch his legs. He accessed the garden from the conservatory, which ran all the way along the back of the house. Outside on the terrace, he came across Alex, smoking a cigarette. "They won't let me smoke inside," she complained, "even though it's really a private house. Lord Rawthorpe doesn't like smoking, apparently." She joined Joel on his stroll. They stopped by a large fountain. Stone dolphins and fish disported in the bubbling water. Joel thought of Alison, and then realized it was the first time his daughter had come into his mind all day. "Are you married?" Alex asked, intruding into his reverie. "No, actually." "I'm divorced," she said. "He soon got fed up with me." Joel thought she didn't look old enough to be married, let alone divorced. "We're not married," said Joel, "but we have a baby." "Gosh," said Alex. She took a long drag at her cigarette. I'm writing a collection of short stories. I don't know if anyone will want to publish them, though. They're experimental. What are you working on? Joel explained about his literary thriller. I've approached a small press that might be interested in it, he said. But it's early days. I'm hoping to make some real progress on it here. So far, I've just ploughed on with the first draft, but I've run out of steam. He stopped, aware that he was beginning to mix metaphors. Alex stubbed out her cigarette on the fountain wall and threw it on the ground. Joel had to stop himself from picking it up. By the time they went back into the conservatory, it was dark. Joel said goodnight to Alex and climbed the stairs to his bedroom. As he drew the curtains, he glimpsed something pale, bounding away from the house towards the parkland. A deer, he thought. It leapt the ha-ha with ease. Somewhere, dogs began to bark. He slept a dreamless sleep, waking late. Breakfast was served in the dining room where the other award recipients were already tucking into scrambled eggs and smoked salmon. There were pots of freshly brewed coffee and tea. Joel thought that he would have to try not to become accustomed to all his meals being prepared by invisible minions. Gerald, the writer with the floppy hair, asked him about his previously published work. Just some short stories in small press anthologies, said Joel. It seemed that Gerald had poetry published in Granta, but that was some unspecified number of years ago. Walking out into the garden, Joel could see it was a beautiful morning. There was dew on the grass, and birds were singing. The hills were topped with purple flowering heather, the mountains beyond craggy and bare. A gardener was trimming shrubs with secateurs. He waved at Joel, and Joel realized that it was Lord Rawthorpe in corduroy trousers and an old shirt. A large dog, a lurcher or some other kind of crossbreed, lay at his feet, its head resting on its front paws. Joel walked diffidently over to them. It's more of a day for being outside than stuck in a cell writing, he observed. Lord Rawthorpe laughed. Now, Joel, that won't get your novel written. You must make the most of your time here. It will pass quickly enough. The dog, eyeing Joel, whined quietly. Groucho here agrees with you. He's desperate to go on his walk, but he'll have to wait until I've finished deadheading the roses. Joel thought again how much Alison would enjoy the dolphin fountain. It was grand, but also joyful and comic. What must it be like to own a house as large and superb as Rawthorpe? He felt a sudden sharp tug of longing for Sophie. Lord Rawthorpe continued snipping at the rose bushes. Alex walked over to them, puffing on a cigarette. She smiled briefly at Joel, then turned to Lord Rawthorpe. Soon they were in animated conversation. Alex, Joel noted, was more confident around Lord Rawthorpe than he could ever hope to be. Call me Neville, Lord Rawthorpe was saying. He seemed to have temporarily forgotten his dislike of smoking. Groucho closed his eyes. Joel took the opportunity to slip away. Ensconced in his cell, Joel opened his laptop. There was no Wi-Fi to distract him, and the room appeared to be soundproofed. He was soon planning the next few chapters of his novel. The biggest problem was the introduction of the supernatural element. The challenge, as always, was to present it logically, but without losing the shock value. He was envisaging a group of subtle psychic vampires somehow feeding on the main protagonist. The trouble was that he wasn't sure how to write what was essentially horror subtly. Nevertheless, Joel found himself making a start on Chapter 8. The writing went so well that he lost all track of time, and he was so far into it that the knock on his door made him jump. Yes? The door opened to reveal a rather sheepish-looking Alex and Gerald. We came to see if your cell is any different to ours, said Alex. Gerald gave it a cursory once-over. It's exactly the same. Are you really managing to work in here? Asked Alex. It's so poky and claustrophobic. Not even a window to look out of. I don't mind. In fact, I was doing quite well. said Joel, pointedly. It's nearly lunchtime, said Gerald. We're going out for a cigarette. Why don't you come with us? According to Joel's watch, it was 11:35 a.m. Lunch wasn't until 1 p.m. But he sighed and said, all right. He saved his work, closed his laptop, and followed Gerald and Alex down the stairs and out into the garden. The sun was still shining, although a few fluffy white clouds had gathered on the horizon. Gerald and Alex lit up ostentatiously. Joel looked around the garden. Lord Rawthorpe was no longer in evidence. Alex was giggling at something Gerald had whispered to her. He says that you are the only one of us who is normal enough to have procreated. Do you think the rest of us are too selfish or too weird to have children, Joel? I wouldn't like to say. How on earth do you manage to write with a baby in the house? Asked Gerald. The question was rather too close to the bone. My daughter is a person in her own right, not just an adjunct of me, Joel said huffily. Gosh, said Alex. Did you plan to have her, or was she an accident? Asked Gerald cheerfully. Joel tried not to become angry. That's really none of your business, he managed to say. Joel strode off around the parkland. He knew Gerald was trying to rile him and was showing off in front of Alex. As he walked, he calmed down. It took him almost an hour to complete the full circuit, which meant it must be 4 or 5 miles. When he returned, Alex and Gerald were still smoking by the fountain. Alex leaning her head on Gerald's shoulder, her eyes closed. Joel went inside, where preparations for lunch were in train. He met Bernard in the hall, outside the dining room. I've made some progress on the poem, Bernard said. But it could do with being a bit more robust, more vigorous. I should have written it 30 years ago, or when I was your age, Joel. 2 middle-aged women came down the stairs together and introduced themselves as Sandra and Billy. They seemed to have been talking about him. Alex says you have a baby, said Sandra. Congratulations. How marvellous. How old is she? Asked Billy. At this point, Mrs. Howden appeared and ushered them in for lunch. The meal was just as good as dinner the day before. There were 2 kinds of soup and a selection of toasted sandwiches, followed by fresh fruit salad and cream. Joel was seated between Billy and Sandra, who asked questions about his home life and his writing. It seemed to Joel less a conversation, more an interrogation, and everyone else was listening in. Alex was sitting opposite him, between Gerald and a man called Simon, who didn't seem to speak to anyone. He stared at Joel over his soup bowl. As soon as Joel had finished his lunch, he returned to his cell. Chapter 8 was a little more recalcitrant than it had been before lunch, but he persevered and it gradually took form. The supernatural element was duly introduced, and he spent the rest of the afternoon writing notes for chapters 9 and 10. By 5 o'clock, he'd had enough and went down to sit in the conservatory. There were large cacti, orchids, and other plants he could not name, some of them entwined around the iron pillars that held up the glazed roof. After a few minutes, Simon entered from the garden. Joel thought that he and Simon were about the same age, but it was difficult to be sure. Simon wore a bushy beard, an extravagant side parting, and thick glasses. He sat down in the chair opposite. You may think I'm staring, said Simon, but in fact, I'm so short-sighted I have to look at you very carefully to see anything at all. I'm registered as visually impaired. That must be difficult for you, said Joel. You have a very symmetrical face, said Simon. I believe that means you are attractive to the opposite sex. You'll have good genes too, and excellent eyesight, as you don't wear glasses. Joel could think of nothing to say. I'm writing a novel about genetics. I may put you in it, but you don't know me, Joel stammered. I'm deadly serious. I need a character who is regarded as normal. You would do nicely. For all you know, I might have some extraordinary quirk of character, or a mental condition that makes me highly abnormal. But you don't, do you? Would you object to me putting you in my novel? I don't know. Billy and Sandra approached, each carrying a cane chair, which they placed either side of Joel. Quite a productive afternoon, said Billy. Quite, echoed Sandra. We're both writing historical novels. Mine is about Vikings, a much misunderstood race of people. Billy's is set in the English Civil War. I feel sure Joel has Viking ancestry with that blonde hair, said Billy. Is your baby daughter blonde too? She takes after Sophie. She has brown hair. Oh well, she still has the Viking ancestry, I suppose. Actually, my people were Huguenots. They came from France. Simon cleared his throat. It's interesting, isn't it, that we tend to concentrate on one strand of our ancestry. For example, the only thing I know about my antecedents is that I am descended from the prison reformer Elizabeth Fry. At dinner, Joel found himself sitting between Graham and Ivor. Graham talked about his currently stalled kitchen sink-style novel, set in a Midlands town. Ivor wrote lyric poetry, his last collection having been published some 10 years before. Neither asked Joel about his writing, but were content to talk about their own for most of the meal. Sitting next to Ivor was Gavin, who interrupted Graham to ask Joel a question. What do you do for kicks? You have to have a bit of time off sometimes, don't you? I go running myself. One man pounding the tarmac. I don't have time for anything like that, replied Joel. I go out with the family if I have any spare time. Gavin explained that he was writing a novel about the internet age from a Christian perspective. Are you a Christian, Joel? No. A pity. I imagine you know quite a bit about computers and the internet, though. Would you be able to give me some advice? I really don't think I'm qualified to help. I'm just a computer user with a bit of knowledge. Not unlike yourself, I expect. Gavin proceeded to ask a lot of questions about the history of social media and internet dating, which Joel answered as best he could. You could try Wikipedia, he said. Well, thank you anyway, said Gavin. I'll make sure you're mentioned on the acknowledgements page. After dinner, the writers returned to the conservatory. Alex and Gerald stood smoking by the door that opened onto the garden. Joel sat next to Billy and Sandra. He wondered whether because they seemed inseparable, they might be a couple. But after some discreet questioning, it emerged that they had met for the first time on the train from Edinburgh to Rawthorpe. Billy was small and plump, while Sandra towered above her and had a great beak of a nose. Neither of them seemed to have a partner at home, and Joel found himself telling them about Sophie and the tough school she taught in. They were astonished when he explained that he looked after Alison during the daytime. It must be rather uncommon, said Billy, for a man to carry out most of the childcare. You are perhaps a more unusual young man than we had given you credit for, said Sandra. Joel, who had not thought of it like that before, was more touched by their comments than he cared to admit. A baby, said Billy suddenly, must be tremendously fragile. Are you not sometimes afraid that you might drop her? Before Joel could answer, Lord Rawthorpe, dressed in a suit of finely woven woolen cloth, joined them. He sat down opposite Joel. Alex stubbed out her cigarette and took the chair next to him. She reached out and stroked his lapel. This is wonderful cloth, Neville. Where does it come from? From Harris. I have enough made each year to make me a new suit. This is the latest. It's so beautifully dense and silky. The weave and colours are varied each year, so no suit is the same. Every eye in the room was upon them. Lord Rawthorpe began to look faintly uncomfortable as Alex let her fingers linger on the fabric. Eventually, she let go and put both hands in her lap. She looked at Joel. You've been a dull dog today, she said. Spending all afternoon in your cell. No one polices us, you know. We can do what we like, within reason. She giggled, catching Gerald's eye. He grinned back at her. Lord Rawthorpe tut-tutted. But you're here to further your writing. If Joel is making progress, then that is a very good thing. Gerald laughed. If you really think that 3 weeks in a cell is going to turn us into good writers, then you are naive in the extreme. Nonsense, said Lord Rawthorpe. In my experience, it can make a significant difference to a writer and their work. I wouldn't bother with all this otherwise. The Foundation knows what it is doing. It's a worthy cause, and I am rather at a loss to know why you applied for a Rawthorpe Award, if you are so out of sympathy with its ethos. In the silence that followed, Bernard cleared his throat. Perhaps we shouldn't get hung up on how the benefit accrues, but just accept that our time here is short, and we should make the most of it in our own way. All 10 award recipients were now in the conservatory, grouped around Lord Rawthorpe. He took out a small camera and stood up. I hope you don't mind, but I'd like to take a photograph of each year's award winners for my records. They arranged themselves into 3 rows. Joel stood in the middle between Gerald and Simon. After Lord Rawthorpe had taken his photograph, Alex produced her phone and asked him to take a similar picture with it. There was a great deal of good-natured jostling as more pictures were taken. To Gerald's obvious annoyance, Alex put her arm through Lord Rawthorpe's. Joel managed to slip away for a brief walk round the garden. Somewhere an owl hooted. He found his thoughts returning to his novel and felt some excitement as he contemplated the progress he had made. The setup at Rawthorpe House seemed to be working well for him. He was determined to make the most of the next 2.5 weeks. As he approached the ha-ha, he could see something lying in its ditch. It was the carcass of a fawn, its back legs twisted out behind at an unnatural angle. It must have fallen in and broken its spine. Lord Rawthorpe startled Joel by stepping up out of the gloom. I can't say I'll mourn it. It's been causing havoc in the garden. I'll have it cleared away in the morning. A quick word, Joel, if I may. It seems that 2 of our award winners are not using their cells, but are wandering around the house during the daytime. As you know, most of the rooms are private and out of bounds for obvious reasons, mainly because Rawthorpe is my home. You seem a level-headed sort of chap. I wondered if you could have a word with Gerald and Alex. See if you can bring influence to bear. I've tried talking to the young lady, but although she's happy to flirt with me, she seems to regard me essentially as some kind of old-fashioned duffer. She might be right about that, but if their behavior continues, then I will have to ask them to leave. Joel sighed. I can try, but I don't think they'll listen. I'd be awfully grateful, said Lord Rawthorpe. Joel caught up with Alex and Gerald at lunch the next day. He took them to one side. Gerald was furious. He can't chuck us out, surely. It would be bad publicity for the Foundation. Alex stared at Joel. We're not doing any harm. The family silver is safe. Look, said Joel, why not stick to the grounds and the parts of the house we are allowed in? Or just go to your cells and do some bloody writing. That's what we're here for, after all. I've writer's block, said Alex sadly. Gerald took her arm and led her out of the dining room. Loudly, Joel didn't see them again until just before dinner. Lord Rawthorpe briefly joined the throng waiting outside the dining room, and it was noticeable that Alex did not make her usual beeline towards him. Once they were seated, Gerald talked loudly about how successful he had been getting his poetry published in the past. Alex sat next to him in silence and picked at her food. Joel asked if she had managed to overcome her writer's block. No, she replied listlessly. It's worse than ever. Joel had been sketching out some of the minor characters in his novel. This was new to him, as the short stories he had written previously usually included only 3 or 4 characters. He had begun to enjoy the freedom to elaborate afforded by the longer form. Alex said, I can see you've had a good day. You don't have to say anything. It's written all over you. Gerald snorted. You really are the golden boy, aren't you? Lord Rawthorpe's protege. We're all Lord Rawthorpe's proteges, said Simon. It's his money that funds the Foundation. Yes, said Sandra. His father made his fortune in confectionery. The current Lord Rawthorpe still has a huge income from the businesses set up by his father. The foundation helps him pay less tax, but also gives him an opportunity to further good writing, something he's genuinely interested in. He read English at Oxford. He was featured in the Sunday Times as Scotland's most eligible bachelor. Maybe he's happily single, said Graham. After dinner, Joel spent another hour writing in his cell. Then, as dusk fell, strolled around the parkland. As he reached the plantation beyond the southern boundary fence, he heard scrabbling and rustling amongst the trees. Two figures emerged, Alex and Gerald, their clothes askew and dusty. "Hello, golden boy," said Gerald smugly. "What are you staring at?" asked Alex, picking a twig out of her hair. They made towards the house. Joel followed them at a discreet distance. Joel assumed that Alex and Gerald had found something more satisfying to do with their time than trespass in Lord Rawthorpe's private quarters, because for the next few days he saw little of them or Lord Rawthorpe. His writing continued to progress well, and he was glad he had not been distracted. He was concerned, though, that he was becoming somewhat bogged down in the minutiae of his novel, and was in danger of losing the thread of his main theme. For example, he seemed to be obsessed with describing what people were eating. Also, the minor characters were finding their voices and taking over larger sections of the text. Joel didn't know whether to continue with this and see where it might lead, or to stamp it out now and try to write more dialogue for his main character. He also, he realized, badly needed something dramatic to happen. He had asked Mrs. Howden's permission to ring Sophie the night before. Joel could hardly believe how happy the sound of her voice made him. She and Alison were well, and everything was fine, but they were missing him terribly. Alison was going to a temporary childminder in the daytime, and had settled into the new routine. "You are eating properly?" asked Sophie, "and getting some sleep?" At dinner, sitting opposite Ivor and Graham, Joel felt more comfortable answering the inevitable questions, even though Simon, sitting next to him, appeared to be taking notes. Just having spoken to Sophie made him feel far less tense. He was lucky, he realized, to have a family, when so many of his fellow award winners were on their own. Alex and Gerald, though, were now very much an item, although he noticed that Alex had begun to look peaky and was still picking at her food. "So you teach adults in the evening," said Ivor. "Isn't that rather a thankless task?" "Not at all," answered Joel. "Most of my students are well motivated, not to say keen." Sandra asked, "Will you homeschool your daughter?" "Oh, I don't think so. So long as we can find a good school. We're both English teachers, so she will need some other specialists to get a rounded education." After dinner, Lord Rawthorpe was waiting for them in the conservatory. Gerald was holding Alex's arm, and she stayed meekly by his side. "I think we should play a game," said Gerald. "How about hide and seek?" "Or sardines," said Ivor. "I need to have a word with you first," said Lord Rawthorpe. "Something has happened, and I'd like to get to the bottom of it. It concerns you, Joel. Your partner Sophie and your child are here. It seems someone telephoned them this morning and told them they were needed here urgently. Sophie has had a very long and tiring journey, and not surprisingly, was quite distressed when she arrived. She has spent most of the day thinking that Joel was gravely ill or injured in some way. It was a heartless and cruel thing to do, and I'd like whoever did it to have the decency to own up to it now." There was a long silence. "Can I see them?" asked Joel. "Of course you can, once we've finished here," said Lord Rawthorpe, "after you have received an apology from the hoaxer." There was another uncomfortable silence. "Very well," said Lord Rawthorpe. "You can rest assured, Joel, that I will find out who did this." Mrs. Howden ushered Joel into a room off the hall where Sophie and Alison were waiting. Sophie threw her arms around him. Alison was asleep in her pushchair. Sophie had obviously been crying, but rallied now that she had seen him. Joel explained that the hoaxer was not owning up. Who would do such a stupid, heartless thing? She demanded. I don't know, he said. Everyone knows about you and Alison, so anyone could have done it. It's easy enough to look up our landline number. It was a woman's voice. Lord Rawthorpe is letting us stay for a couple of nights. He is very keen on finding out who the culprit is. Then I'm taking Alison home. I'll not let this spoil your time here. We won't interrupt your writing. The weather the next day was beautifully warm, and after breakfast, Joel showed Sophie and Alison around the grounds. Alison loved the dolphin fountain, clapping her hands and gurgling with pleasure at the spouts of water. Sophie took Alison to the conservatory, while Joel went to work in his cell. He found that he could not concentrate. Thoughts about who telephoned Sophie kept intruding. Although he hadn't admitted it to Lord Rawthorpe and Sophie, he had a good idea who it was, but felt no desire to make a fuss and start throwing accusations around. After all, he had absolutely no proof and could be mistaken. At lunch, Sophie sat next to him. Mrs. Howden found an antiquated high chair for Alison. All eyes were on Sophie. It's very nice to meet you, even under such trying circumstances, said Sandra. We've heard so much about you. Billy nodded. Such a lovely baby. A nice little family. You must be very proud. Sophie put down her sandwich. It's difficult to indulge in small talk when I know that at least one of you has maliciously dragged me all the way up here. Have you any idea how that has made me feel? The rest of the meal was eaten in silence. Lord Rawthorpe was waiting for them outside the dining room door. I'm sorry to say that no one has come forward. I must say that I am disappointed and disillusioned. Later in the afternoon, Joel left his cell and walked out to the fountain. Alex was there on her own, smoking a cigarette. Joel took a deep breath. I'm pretty sure it was you, Alex, who made the hoax call. I'd like to hear you explain why you did it. Alex snorted. Oh, for God's sake, of course I made the call. You've taken your time working it out. What on earth are you talking about? I've saved your bacon. What do you mean? All I can say is, go home tomorrow with Sophie and Alison. It's the best thing you can do. Otherwise, they'll suck you dry. Just look at me. It was true that Alex was looking tired and pale. I haven't written a word since I've been here, she said. Look, Alex, you're obviously not enjoying it. Why don't you ask if you can go home? It's far too late for that. Alex fell silent as Gerald walked across the lawn towards them. He took Alex's hand and patted it. You don't want to listen to her, he said to Joel. This writer's block thing is getting on her nerves. I, on the other hand, have had an excellent morning. My creative juices are flowing beautifully. It's wonderful to feel so alive. At lunch the following day, Joel found himself accepting second helpings of sandwiches and cake. The atmosphere had improved somewhat, and even Sophie had relaxed enough to chat with Billy and Sandra while she was feeding Alison soup. Joel spent the afternoon reading through the first 8 chapters of his novel and making a start on writing the 9th. He was cautiously optimistic about the way it was shaping up. Although there was still a lot of writing ahead of him, Sophie was going home in the morning, and he found himself wondering how he would find the time to write in the flat once he'd followed her in a couple of weeks' time. He could not imagine how he would feel if he had to give up writing, and found himself thinking of Alex and how miserable her writer's block had made her. He decided that he would not tell Sophie or Lord Rawthorpe that she had admitted making the call. She was clearly suffering from some kind of minor breakdown, and he felt sorry for her. Joel saw Sophie and Alison off at Rawthorpe Station early the next morning. The taxi brought him back to the house, and he went straight up the stairs to his cell. From the landing window, he glimpsed Alex out in the garden, walking near the ha-ha. He worked solidly through the morning, then joined the rest of the writers in the dining room for lunch. May I say, Joel, said Graham, that Sophie is a delightful person. And your little girl is so cheerful and lovely, said Billy. You are a lucky man. I know, said Joel. Gerald cleared his throat. How's the novel coming along? They all looked at Joel expectantly. It's progressing, he said. Do you think you'll be able to finish it when you get home, with all that baby minding you have to do? Joel smiled. I'll find a way. Are you sure? Asked Gerald. You seem rather under the thumb of that girlfriend of yours. Alex, who had been slowly eating her sandwich, looked up at Gerald. You know, she said, I'm going off, older men. The chair scraped across the floor as she stood up and left the room. Gerald shrugged his shoulders. Silly bitch, he said. When Joel returned to his cell, he was almost certain that his laptop was in a slightly different position on the desk than where he had left it. He resolved to password protect his computer every time he left his cell, even though it would be something of an inconvenience. Taking a break halfway through the afternoon, Joel met Lord Rawthorpe and Mrs. Howden by the fountain. We were just discussing you, Joel, Mrs. Howden said. We were saying how we ought to take more care of you. You're one of our more promising award winners, and you're certainly making the most of your time here. I'm awfully sorry that we haven't been able to track down the phone hoaxer, said Lord Rawthorpe. That sort of behaviour is really beyond the pale. You haven't any more of an idea who it could be? No, sorry, said Joel. At dinner that evening, the waiting staff hovered around him. The food was delicious as always, and he had second helpings of everything. Alex had not come down to dinner, but the other 8 award winners sat around the table and watched Joel carefully. There were only 2 more weeks left, and if they were to make use of him fully, they would have to put the process in operation quickly. Billy, sitting next to Joel, took the initiative and put her hand firmly on his thigh. Chapter 9. The Attempt. Saskia could see that the ice near the shore was several centimeters thick. Pieter had told her that the lake never froze over entirely, that there was always an expanse of water at the center which remained liquid. As he had also insisted that there were monsters in the bottom of the lake, she thought it was probably safe not to believe him. She stepped tentatively onto the ice, her booted feet sliding a little on the slippery surface. The lake was so large that it was impossible for her to see its center. Ahead was a vast expanse of white. Pieter had been taken into the city for his piano lesson, so she should have at least 3 hours, more than enough time for her attempt. It was not fair that Pieter should have the piano lessons that she wanted so badly, just because he was 2 years older. He wasn't even particularly enthusiastic about them, but whining and arguing for lessons had so far got her nowhere. Pieter said that no one had ever walked across the frozen lake, that if she did, then it would be a world record. Saskia was not sure she believed him about the world record, but it sounded exciting. She picked up her pace over the ice, heading towards where she thought the middle of the lake must be. It was a beautifully still, bitterly cold day. Her padded coat, hat, and gloves kept out the worst of the chill. The sky was a translucent pale blue. After 3 or 4 minutes, she turned and looked back to the shore. The buildings were far away already, small, like the toy town she and Pieter had created from their plastic building blocks, populated by tiny articulated figures. She thought she could just make out their house up on the rise, bigger than its neighbors, the red paint standing out from the ochre and yellow all around. The cold seemed to be keeping everyone inside. Saskia marched on over the ice. When she turned round again, the houses were just specks of color. All around her was a dull expanse of white, and Saskia began to be uncertain of which direction she should take. According to Pieter, the other side of the lake was another country, so she would, strictly speaking, need a passport. But he said that the people of the country would be glad to see her, so it wouldn't matter that she didn't have one. He said they would help celebrate her world record. Saskia had never been abroad, and this was one of the great attractions of the attempt, apart from showing Pieter that she could do it. She picked a spot on the horizon and headed for it. There were bubbles of air trapped beneath the ice that expanded and contracted under the pressure of her feet. Saskia grew so entranced with watching them that she lost contact with her spot on the horizon. Still, it did not matter, as long as she was aiming in more or less the right direction. The far shore might be as wide as the one she had started from, so exactly where she landed was not important, as long as it was inhabited. After about an hour or so, Saskia felt thirsty. Feeling proud of her forethought, she took out a small bottle of water from her coat pocket. After a couple of sips, she put the bottle back and extracted a chocolate bar. She ate a few squares, then wrapped up the remainder carefully. An icy breeze was now blowing from the far shore, and the sky had clouded over. Saskia shivered. The town was no longer visible behind her, and she could see nothing ahead but ice. As she strode on over the lake, Saskia thought of the little figures in the toy town back home. Her favorite was a family called Petrov, with 2 children, a boy and a girl. She and Pieter put them through all kinds of adventures and traumatic experiences, including a fire and an earthquake. The boy, Boris, was the hero of most of these escapades. The girl, Anna, the coper, the nurse, the cook. Saskia liked her practical strength. Pieter often pretended that he didn't really care about the Petrovs and their adventures. But he spent as much time as Saskia thinking up scenarios and acting them out. The senior Petrovs were distant figures, often away at work or outside gardening. One of the best things about the toy town was that Boris and Anna did not have to go to school. Saskia stopped and shielded her eyes. Ahead, in the far distance, tiny black specks were appearing. She walked on at a faster pace. Her watch told her that she had been walking for an hour and a half, and although she was beginning to feel tired, she was glad that she would reach the far shore at her first attempt. As Saskia drew closer, the wooden buildings took shape. They were dowdier than those of her own town, being mostly unpainted log cabins. There were no people to be seen. She stepped off the ice onto the frozen ground and approached the largest cabin, but when she knocked on the door, no one answered. She tried some of the other cabins, returning at last to the largest. Carefully, she opened the door. Inside, there were items of furniture covered in dust, a cooker and an iron bedstead. It looked as if it was a summer house that no one had visited for a long time. Feeling somewhat crestfallen that there was no one to help her celebrate, Saskia resolved to make her way around the shore until she found an inhabited settlement. After walking for another half an hour, she realized that it was taking too long. She would not now be able to get home in time to greet Pieter and their parents on their return from the city. Indeed, she would be in trouble for staying out on her own. She wished that she had left a note saying that she had gone to Maria's house. Saskia stepped onto the ice and headed back towards the center of the lake. After an hour's walk, although she scanned the horizon carefully, there was no trace of the cheerful colors of her town, just the endless white of the ice. Saskia drank the rest of the water from the bottle and ate all the chocolate. She was beginning to feel cold. In a few hours, it would be dark. How would she prove to Pieter that she had really walked over the lake to the far shore? She kicked herself that she hadn't brought some artifact from the cabin to show him. She could imagine his scornful face as she pleaded with him to believe her. Then she realized that even if she brought evidence, he might still decide she was being untruthful. Hot, shameful tears trickled down her cheeks. Saskia was trying not to panic, but it felt as if the ice stretched on forever. When she thought it through, she realized that it was possible that she had not reached the far shore at all, but had instead cut across a segment of the lake. That would explain why it was now taking so much longer to get home. She was walking across the lake's true diameter, which would be much further than her outward journey. In any case, she was lost, and there was nothing she could do except keep on walking. After another hour, Saskia stopped and again scanned the horizon. This time, she thought she could see some specks which might be buildings. After another half an hour, she could see definite blocks of colour. As she drew nearer, she realized that it was not her hometown, but another, with a more regular layout. The houses were rectangular and built of primary coloured bricks with flat roofs. Each house had a square of green lawn and a tarmac drive. Saskia stepped off the ice and onto the land. The town seemed familiar, although she was sure she had never been there before. She headed for a prominent red house and knocked on the door. It was answered by a man in a V-necked jumper and tie. "Hello," he said. "You look exhausted." Saskia stumbled into the kitchen. "I'm sorry to bother you, but I've walked across the lake and now I'm lost." A woman in a flowered dress came into the kitchen. She switched on the kettle. "I'll make you a hot drink, and you can have some toast and honey," she said. "You'll feel better when you have something inside you." The man looked down at her. "You're rather young to be out on your own. Don't worry, though. We'll look after you." The woman spooned hot chocolate powder into a mug. The kettle boiled and she poured in the hot water. 2 slices of bread were placed in the toaster. "Take off your coat and boots. It's quite warm in here," she said. Saskia did as she was told, then sipped the delicious hot chocolate. Soon she was gobbling the toast and honey. After she had finished, she felt sleepy. The woman took her into the living room and encouraged her to lay down on the sofa. It wasn't long before Saskia had fallen into a dreamless sleep. When she awoke, it was dark outside, and the curtains had been drawn. The room was very warm, warmer than the living room in her own house. She saw that 2 almost grown-up children were sitting on the floor reading books. As she sat up, they turned to face her. "Hello, Saskia," said the boy. "Do you know who we are?" "Yes," said Saskia. "You're Boris and Anna." Anna laughed. "You see, Boris? I told you she would know." Boris Petrov stood up. "Our parents are looking after you. They say you walked across the lake. No one has crossed the lake on foot before. There are signs everywhere warning people not to walk on the ice." "I was perfectly safe. I am quite small, and the ice was thick enough to take my weight." "It was very brave of you," said Anna. "Father said you were tired and cold when you got here. I feel better. Now I have slept a little," said Saskia defensively. "Pieter said I would set a world record if I crossed the lake, and as I am the first person to do so, then he must be right." "Congratulations," said Boris. At that moment, Mrs. Petrova came in carrying 3 glasses of lemonade on a tray. "This is to help celebrate your great achievement," she said, handing them round to the children. "The lake does not freeze over completely every year, so you have been lucky that you chose to make your attempt during an exceptionally cold spell." Boris raised his glass to Saskia. Saskia gulped down the fizzy drink. Mrs. Petrova looked at the clock on the mantelpiece. "It is quite late, and time for Boris and Anna to go to bed. I suggest that you should sleep again, Saskia." Saskia suddenly gasped in dismay. "But my parents and Pieter, they will be wondering where I am." We will worry about that in the morning, said Mrs. Petrova. Saskia sank down on the sofa under the blanket and, to her surprise, did not wake up until halfway through the next morning. She found the Petrovas in the kitchen having a late breakfast. Can I telephone my parents, please? Mr. Petrova cleared his throat. I am afraid we're so remote and insignificant that we have not been considered for telephones, he said. The best thing is if you stay with us until Pieter realizes that you are here. Don't worry. We will make sure you have enough food. You can have a bath now if you'd like one. But I don't understand. How will Pieter know that I am here? He will work it out, said Anna. Perhaps he will think to provide us with a telephone, and then our problem will be solved, said Boris. After her bath, Saskia played board games with Boris and Anna, but her mind was elsewhere. I think I should leave now and try to find my way home, she said. My parents may have called the police. Oh, I shouldn't worry, said Boris. Pieter will cover for you. He will think up some reason why you are not there. Anna smiled encouragingly. And you are not fully recovered from your exertions of yesterday. After lunch, there was a knock at the door. To Saskia's amazement, Mrs. Petrova showed Pieter into the living room. Hello, little sis, he said cheerfully. So you're saying you made it to the far shore? I'm not just saying it, I did it, Saskia replied crossly. I knew you wouldn't believe me. Whatever, said Pieter, if you say so. Only you can know. I hope you've been making notes about anything we need to provide here. A telephone is the most obvious thing. Mr. Petrova is quite cross about that. They don't have a television or computers. No, I suppose we envisaged them existing in an earlier time, a time before those things were commonplace. You're pretty inconsistent about the things you have provided, said Boris. We have a toaster, but no television. I, for one, would appreciate being able to communicate with the outside world. Anna nodded. It would help make the downtime less boring. Downtimes? Queried Saskia. You know, said Pieter, when we're not playing with them. Where do our parents think I am? Saskia asked Pieter. I told them you said you were staying the night with Maria. I've come to collect you and take you home. You are welcome to stay as long as you like, said Anna politely. We'd better not cross the boundary for long, said Pieter. Otherwise, we may never get back. Saskia put on her coat, hat and gloves, and after thanking Mr. and Mrs. Petrova, she and Pieter let themselves out of the front door. It was a cold, grey day. Pieter took Saskia's hand and led her to the edge of the ice. We needn't walk on the lake. We can just follow the shore. It is more dangerous walking on ice, especially with two of us. How was your piano lesson? Asked Saskia. Okay, I suppose. To tell you the truth, I'm getting a bit bored of the piano. I've asked Mum if I can have guitar lessons instead. She said you can take over the piano lessons if you like. Saskia whooped for joy. How far do we have to walk to get home? She asked. I don't know, said Pieter. It took about an hour for me to get here, but then I walked over the lake. I really did walk across from the far shore, Pieter. Well then, he said, it's something that you'll never need to do again. Chapter 10. Breath of Life. After wandering around the car boot sale in the rain for half the morning, Tilda was ready to buy almost anything. Besides, the dummy made her laugh. He was handsome and bald, with articulated arms and legs, dressed in a soggy tweed suit, which probably dated to the 1960s. His feet were bare. She haggled over the price, as you were meant to, then carried him, Cassie and Linda, screaming with laughter, to Cassie's car. He sat in the back, next to Tilda, until they were dropped off at Tilda's flat in Eastbourne, the other two travelling on to Brighton. He was surprisingly heavy. considering he was made of plastic. His eyes and lips a pale fawn, like the rest of him. Tilda dragged him up the stairs, unlocked the door, carried him into her bedroom, and sat him in the chair on which she usually laid her clothes. She took off her coat and hung it on the hook on the back of the door. "Well, handsome, welcome to your new home. I hope you'll find it comfortable." The joke was in danger of wearing thin now Cassie and Linda had gone. She moved him to the kitchen, where he sat while she made a casserole for Sunday lunch. "I don't know why I bother cooking fancy meals just for me, but my mother would have approved. Do you think we all turn into our mothers, handsome?" The dummy smiled his bland smile. The corners of his long mouth turned faintly upwards. Tilda ate her meal in the kitchen. After she washed up, she watched a film on television. She sat the dummy next to her on the sofa, his hand resting on her knee. Tilda lay her head on his shoulder, and he slid sideways, his downward trajectory halted by the armrest. Later that evening in her bedroom, she felt strangely coy getting undressed in front of him. While she lay in bed, he sat in his suit on her bedroom chair. She thought she would buy him some more clothes, so that he did not look so uncomfortable, dressed as he was for a grouse shoot or a country walk. In the morning, Tilda sat him in the kitchen and ate her breakfast. She cleared her throat. "I have to go to work this morning, handsome. You can read a book or something while I'm gone. In fact, I'll leave you next to the living room window so you can watch the world go by." During her lunch break, Tilda visited several charity shops, buying clothes for the dummy. Back at the flat, she took off his tweed suit, exposing his slim, sexless body, and dressed him in a navy tracksuit. She had also bought a powder blue dressing gown and some slippers. They sat together on the sofa in front of a gritty police drama, Tilda watching the more gruesome scenes from behind the dummy's shoulder. "You have nerves of steel, handsome." On Friday, Cassie and Linda drove over for a takeaway meal and a drink. In fact, there was a great deal of drinking, and Handsome ended up naked, sprawled on the living room floor. "He's almost perfect," said Linda. "Almost," said Cassie. "He's a good listener," said Tilda. "Aren't you, Handsome?" Late the next morning, after the girls and their hangovers had left, Tilda sat him in an armchair and pulled his tracksuit back on. "I'm sorry," she whispered guiltily. "I won't let that happen again." And patting his hand, she leaned over and kissed him gently on the lips. "No need to be sorry," he said. Tilda stared at him in astonishment. I only meant we shouldn't have stripped you." "Oh, I don't mind. Why do you think I was manufactured without genitals? It makes being naked far less embarrassing." He was speaking, but not moving. Tilda decided that it must be some kind of auditory hallucination brought on by excessive alcohol consumption. "What should I call you?" "What's your name?" "Handsome is as good a name as any," he said. "By the way, these are great clothes for lounging in, and I like the dressing gown and slippers. Do please continue to sit me next to the living room window. It's good to watch the people passing by below. I would wave if I could." Tilda picked him up and sat him in the chair next to the window. "There you are," she said. She went into the bedroom to think things over. Later, Tilda put her hand on his shoulder. "I'm going out this afternoon," she said. "I've got a date. His name is Marcus. He's one of the trainee solicitors at work. He's taken me out to Hampden Park for a walk and an ice cream. He likes the sound of his own voice, but I think it's because he's nervous. He is quite nice to look at, though not as handsome as you, of course." She dressed Handsome in his dressing gown and slippers. "You don't mind me going out with Marcus, do you?" "Why should I mind? I have a very specific role. I can't take you out and show you a good time now, can I? I will be here in my dressing gown and slippers, waiting for you to come home." Marcus took Tilda's arm proprietarily almost as soon as they met. The park was full of families and children playing football and feeding the ducks. Marcus talked about work and occasionally remembered to ask Tilda a question about herself. They ate their ice creams by the pond, Tilda trying hard not to spill hers down her blouse. Marcus seemed to be one of those naturally elegant people who did everything well. Tilda had invited him back to her flat, forgetting for a moment that the dummy was in the living room. As they climbed the stairs, she explained to Marcus that she was looking after part of an art installation for a friend. Marcus raised his eyebrows on seeing Handsome sitting in the chair next to the window. "Doesn't he give you the creeps?" "I find him rather comforting." "Well, I hope he won't mind if I kiss you." Marcus was a good kisser. Soon, they were on the sofa, fumbling with each other's clothes. "Look, Marcus, this is great, but—" "Let's go through to the bedroom," he said, "if you're feeling uncomfortable in here." It seemed churlish to refuse. Afterwards, Marcus got dressed and said he had to read up on a case. He let himself out. Tilda returned to the living room in her dressing gown. She sat down next to the dummy. He was still looking out of the window. "Are you okay, Handsome?" she asked. "Why shouldn't I be?" he answered. "After all, I always have a smile on my face. Maybe I should be asking you." "I don't think there'll be another date." He was far too keen to leave. "I hope it has nothing to do with me." "He barely notices anything apart from himself," said Tilda. "Do you have any other gentlemen friends?" asked Handsome. "Not so you'd notice," said Tilda. "Apart from you, of course. I tend towards the one-night stand." "Ah, the reproductive imperative. I am quite glad to be free of it, although it is fascinating to watch you young people going about your business, hardly aware of what is making you tick. Is there not another dummy waiting for you somewhere?" "Alas, no. We posed in the department store, but only for the customers. It is our role to ape and serve humanity, not to live lives like yours." "But what about you, Handsome? Aren't you an anomaly?" "I have a new role, to keep you company and keep you safe. A quid pro quo for you rescuing me from the car boot sale." Tilda shuddered and reached over and stroked his bald head. It was horrid, wasn't it? She picked him up and carried him to the sofa, where they sat in silence in each other's arms for some time. "I don't know what I want," said Tilda at last. "It is partially out of your hands," said Handsome. "You must simply carry on and await events. One day a young man will see your worth, and in turn be worthy of you." "You old romantic," said Tilda, nuzzling his neck. "I don't think you're the type to be alone for long," he said. "You're too affectionate." At work on Monday, Marcus ostentatiously avoided Tilda. When she finally caught up with him, she hissed, "Don't worry, I haven't told anyone you slept with me." "I'm not bothered if you have," he said. "I just thought you'd prefer it if I was discreet. I like you, Tilda, and I'd love to go out with you again." They arranged to meet at an Italian restaurant in town. Tilda spent several hours getting herself ready, pinning up her hair, choosing and ironing a dress. "Are you sure he's worth it?" said Handsome. "I thought he was just a one-night stand." "Maybe I misjudged him," said Tilda. "He seems to like me anyway, and that's half the battle." In the restaurant, Marcus took charge, ordering the food and wine. The food was unpretentious and delicious. He had bought her a red rose. They talked about work, although they had agreed not to before the meal. As a legal assistant, Tilda was somewhat junior to Marcus, although they were, as it turned out, the same age. After the meal, Marcus asked if they could go back to her flat. He shared a house with other students, and Tilda could not think of a good reason to refuse. As she let them into the front room and switched on the light, Marcus jumped. "Oh, God, it's that bloody dummy," he said. "You've put him in a dressing gown. How weird is that?" "It's pretty weird," said Tilda, "but he likes it." "How can you tell?" "You can see how comfortable he looks." "You're a bit odd," said Marcus, "but I like you anyway." "Where's this art installation he's part of?" "In London," said Tilda vaguely. "I might decide to keep him, though." "What do you mean?" "He may not be needed for the installation, in which case he can stay here." When Marcus had gone, Tilda took a cup of coffee into the living room. She squeezed into the chair next to the dummy, who was still looking out of the window into the night. "How was it?" he asked. "Fine, thank you, handsome. Do you know I've watched 14 couples in the street below, and 2 hen parties, and many more single people. Not one person seemed to notice me at the window. I suppose I am in too elevated a position here, far above their worries and dreams. Are you getting bored? Shall I leave the television on for you?" "No, I do not suffer from boredom. I am designed to stay in one position for a long time." Tilda rose and lifted him up. "Nevertheless, it'll do you good to have a change of scene." She carried him into the bedroom and put him on the chair. The bed was still unmade from earlier. Tilda slid beneath the duvet. "Are you sure you want me in here?" said Handsome. "It's very late." "Yes," said Tilda. She switched off the light. "We can talk in the dark." At work the next day, Tilda and Marcus found that most of their colleagues seemed to know that they were dating. It turned out that Dale's sister had seen them together in the restaurant, and Dale had told Christine, who had told everybody else. In some ways, it was a relief that they needn't hide it, but it also introduced an element of pressure on a relationship that had hardly begun. Tilda went to Oxfam at lunchtime and bought 3 casual shirts, a pair of black jeans, and 2 pairs of pajamas. In Marks & Spencer, she bought 3 pairs of underpants and 3 pairs of socks. "Therefore, when we have company, Handsome," she told him that evening. "I approve," he said. "They show very good judgment on your part, especially the underwear." She dressed him in the jeans and a striped shirt and sat him at the kitchen table while she ate her dinner. "Refueling, I see," he said. "Another imperative I do not share." "Do you know, I've never really felt hungry," said Tilda. "I haven't experienced any kind of hunger, but then I don't expend energy." "Your lips don't move when you speak. How is Marcus?" "He's quite lively, thank you. He's coming round soon." Tilda leaned over and unfastened Handsome's top shirt button. "That's better." Marcus arrived as Tilda was washing the dishes. He sat down opposite the dummy. "You've dressed him in new clothes," he said. "Aren't you a bit old for playing with dolls?" "Evidently not." "So, you're not letting the installation have him?" "I haven't decided yet. I like his company. He has a different outlook on life." Marcus looked at the dummy and made circular, "she's crazy" motions with his fingers. The dummy smiled his enigmatic smile. When she had finished washing up, Tilda went to pick up the dummy, but Marcus insisted on carrying him through to the living room. He sat him in the armchair, even arranged his legs and arms sympathetically. Then Marcus steered Tilda onto the sofa. He sat with his arm around her shoulders and talked about his law course and how he was saving up for a deposit on a flat. "You're very lucky to have your own place, Tilda. You and your friend here." "The flat belongs to my uncle. I rent it from him." "Let's watch TV, shall we?" "It's all I'm good for this evening." Marcus switched on the television, and they watched a cooking competition and then the police drama she had watched with Handsome the week before. Marcus was a good deal more squeamish than Handsome, and made sarcastic comments about some of the acting and the script. Tilda glanced over at the dummy, but he was staring blandly at the TV screen. Marcus left when the police drama finished. "Three's a crowd," he said. Tilda brought a glass of water into the living room. The news was on. "He seems like a reasonable person," said the dummy. "If a little immature. He's only 23. Some men are fathers by their early 20s. Tilda spluttered. "That's not likely to happen to Marcus, not if I have anything to do with it." "I think you'd make a very good mother," he said. "You seem the maternal type." Tilda fetched one of the new pairs of pajamas. She pulled off his shirt and jeans and underwear. "Perhaps we'd better give you a sponge bath, Handsome. You look a little grubby." She put him in the bath and soaped him all over, then rinsed him off with the shower attachment. Drying him took some time, and only when she was sure he was completely moisture-free did she put on the clean pajamas, slippers, and dressing gown. She sat him on the bedroom chair while she got herself ready for bed.
"I must say I feel marvellous," he said. "Do you, handsome? I'm glad. The only thing is, I'd be a lot more comfortable if I could lie down, but I can't put you on the floor, so you'd better get into bed with me. That would be most gratifying." Tilda took off his dressing gown and slippers and laid him under the duvet. They talked quietly, with the light off, until Tilda fell asleep. Tilda slept through the alarm and barely had time to change Handsome into his tracksuit before she left for work. She sat him in his usual chair next to the window. During the morning, the fire brigade were called to a small fire in a block of flats at the other end of the street. The firefighters escorted everyone out of the building, then 2 of them disappeared back inside with fire extinguishers. They emerged a quarter of an hour later, carrying several blackened and half-melted plastic kitchen appliances, a toaster, a kettle, and a grill. Once the excitement died down and the firemen had left, there was only the usual ebb and flow of human life. The flat was close to the town centre, and many people walked up and down the street each day. There was a party of primary school children which every weekday morning and afternoon walked past in their green and grey uniforms. Another regular was a man who lived in the ground floor flat opposite, who came out only to do his shopping, lugging back large bags of groceries. After midday, the sun shone in through the window. A pigeon landed on the windowsill, bobbing its head at its reflection in the glass. At 5:45, Tilda turned the corner into the road, carrying a bag full of shopping. She let herself into the door at the bottom of the building, then climbed the stairs to her second-floor flat. She kissed Handsome on his cool cheek. "Hello, have you had a good day?" "A very good day, thank you." "Just an omelette tonight, I thought. Cheese and a salad." Tilda went into the bedroom and changed into jeans and a t-shirt. As she carried the dummy into the kitchen, he said, "I believe it is recommended that you switch off all your electric appliances at the wall before leaving the house." "I'm sure you're right, but it's difficult to find the time to do it every day." "It would be the sensible thing to do. I will try to remember, just for you." The omelette was cooked and eaten, and Tilda switched off the hob at the wall when she had finished. "You see," he said, "it will soon become second nature. What would I do without you, Handsome? Marcus is out drinking with friends tonight, so we'll have the evening to ourselves." Tilda opened a bottle of wine. She carried Handsome into the living room and sat him on the sofa. They watched a DVD of a film, which he said he found very interesting. Tilda drank steadily through the evening, until she had gotten through most of the wine. "Well, Handsome, what am I going to do with you?" "What do you mean?" "I can't keep you a secret forever. If you're going to continue to talk, then sooner or later, someone else is bound to find out. If it's not just a figment of my imagination, that is. Have you any idea what a sensation you'd be? I speak only to you. Will that always be the case? What about Marcus? What if he moves in?" "Have you asked him to?" "No. But I might, in a moment of weakness, Marcus or someone else. You're always encouraging me to follow the reproductive imperative. You could take up ventriloquism, make a fortune. You'd be a freak show. I don't think either of us want that. Besides, you're my freak." Tilda cuddled up to him. The doorbell rang. Outside were a drunken Marcus and his friends, Richard and Stephen. They pushed past Tilda into the living room. Marcus roared with laughter. "I thought you'd be with our mutual friend. Look at this. Cozy, isn't it?" Marcus sat down next to the dummy and picked up Tilda's glass of wine. "Come on, fella, take a sip." He raised the glass up to Handsome's lips and tipped it towards him. The wine dribbled down the dummy's chin and onto his tracksuit top. Richard and Stephen guffawed. "Leave him alone," shouted Tilda. Before she could pull Marcus away, he put his lips to Handsome's and slurped some of the wine. "You're jealous," said Handsome. "Tilda doesn't like it. She has more taste." Marcus stared. "How did he say that?" "Say what?" asked Stephen. "He said I'm jealous." Marcus pushed the dummy onto the floor. Tilda crouched down and wiped Handsome's face with a tissue. "You've hurt him, Marcus. What have you done? Are you all right, Handsome?" "Yes, I think so." Marcus laughed hysterically. "His name's Handsome." "Handsome is as Handsome does," said Handsome. "Can't you hear him?" said Marcus to Stephen and Richard. "He's talking." They both shook their heads. Richard turned to Marcus. "I think we better take you home." "Goodbye, Marcus," said the dummy. "Drink plenty of water." After they had gone, Tilda dressed Handsome in his pajamas. "The cat's out of the bag now," she said. "What are we going to do?" "It will take some thinking about," he said. Out of the corner of her eye, Tilda could have sworn she saw his lips move. Chapter 11. Challenging Behavior. I first came across the boy in the supermarket. He was eating an apple from the pile. I said, "You were supposed to pay for that," and then realized what a killjoy that made me. He looked me in the eye and crunched again into the apple, the juice dribbling onto his shirt. Averting my eyes, I walked past him down the aisle. My stomach was rumbling, and I found it hard to ignore all the tasty fruit and the tempting chocolate bars at the checkout. The boy stood behind me in the queue. In his basket, a packet of crisps, a can of Coke, and a cream cake. He watched as each worthy item of my weekly shop rode the conveyor belt towards my waiting carrier bags. As I lifted my shopping from my trolley into the car, he sauntered past, swinging his carrier, swigging from the Coke can and munching a sausage roll. The latter hadn't been in his basket. The little thief waved at me and grinned. He was slim, about 15, with an elfin face. The school uniform made him seem younger. As I got into the car, I saw him turn right into the school road. I considered driving to the school and asking to speak to the head teacher. Instead, I turned the car for home, unloaded the groceries, and drove back to work. I didn't see the boy for several weeks, until bonfire night, when I attended the town's official display. He brought his own fireworks. He stuck them in the ground and lit them one by one with a cigarette lighter, well away from the designated fireworks area, in amongst the crowd. No one else seemed particularly concerned. His fireworks were of the relatively harmless variety, but that was not the point. Did he do it, I asked myself, for the sheer hell of it? Once his fireworks were spent, he lit a cigarette, strode up to me, and blew smoke near my face, then disappeared into the crowd. I found myself taking home a pen and a box of paper clips from the office, secreting them in the bottom of my briefcase. I returned them unused the following day. I stole a cheap paperback book from the newsagents, but donated it to a charity shop because I couldn't bring myself to read it. A couple of weeks later, I attended a concert at the school. The boy was in the audience, throwing little pellets of paper at the stage and into the crowd. I stood up and sidled along the aisle towards him, but by the time I got there, he had gone. Angry glances were aimed at me by other audience members. I went back to my place and sat down. The next day was cold and dreary. In the evening, I turned up the central heating and opened a bottle of beer. It was time, I decided, that I should live a little more recklessly. I handed in my notice and booked a holiday to Venice. My colleagues were concerned, but I told them I was taking a break from work. I bought some clothes and a new pair of shoes. I went to Venice and found that I disliked the dirty canals, high prices, and the general air of decay. I was glad to get home to my neat little house and garden. My boss agreed to give me my old job back, provided I promised not to do anything so stupid again. I turned down the heating and lived within my means. I was content. A few weeks later, I was in the supermarket, buying a sandwich for lunch. The boy appeared in front of me. He grinned and took an ice cream from the freezer. peeling off the wrapper and beginning ostentatiously to eat it. He ate as if he had never eaten an ice cream before, licking and sucking, and generally behaving in a disgusting manner, and all of it aimed at me. When he had finished, he pocketed the wrapper and the wooden stick, and sauntered off towards the exit. I found myself heading for the manager's office, then thought better of it. Why put them to the trouble of checking their CCT over one ice cream? So I went to the checkout and paid for my sandwich. I ate it, fuming at my desk. The things that had given me pleasure, gardening, cooking, painting watercolors, now seemed worthless and tame. My dreams were full of lurid encounters, loving embraces, frantic couplings. I was tormented by my own imaginings. I, who had prided myself on my equanimity, was now a hotbed of longing. With no outlet, I succumbed to a breakdown and was advised by my doctor to take some time off work. I agreed to see a counselor, and I told him about the boy. He frowned and said, "You are projecting your own desires onto this revenant." "No," I said, "he is a real boy, doing exactly what he wants. Is there anything wrong in doing what you want from time to time? Good behavior is very important to me. It wouldn't do any harm to let yourself go occasionally." After a few weeks of enforced inertia, I went back to work. Colin said, "Are you okay now, or should we still be worried?" Just to spite him, I asked Sue in accounts out for a meal, because I knew he had a soft spot for her. To my surprise, she agreed, and we had a very pleasant time in the Chinese restaurant near the office. She said she had never had a more polite escort. I had no idea how to proposition her, so I simply drove her home, and we wished each other good night as she got out of the car. When I told my counselor that I had enjoyed an entirely chaste date, he said, "What's wrong with telling her how you feel? Do you find her attractive?" "Yes," I replied. "She is a nice-looking woman. On your next date, you can say, 'I find you very attractive.' That's pretty unequivocal. Then you can take it from there." I was steeling myself to ask Sue out again. Colin was gratifyingly annoyed. Standing outside the florist, wondering if I had the courage and funds to buy her an extravagant bunch of flowers, when the boy walked past. He was wearing a dark t-shirt and jeans, and when he saw me, he stopped and took from his back pocket a large roll of banknotes. He waved them under my nose, then laughing, ran off. Where could such a young boy have come across so much money, I wondered. I was struggling to make ends meet after my enforced period of sickness. My mortgage repayments were cripplingly high. What japes he could get up to with no responsibilities and all that cash. I bought the biggest bunch of flowers in the shop and presented them to Sue in front of Colin and the rest of the office. She was embarrassed, but I could see that she was pleased, and the receptionist found her a vase to put them in. Later, I asked if she would like to go out for a drink. After work, we went to a nearby pub. I bought her a glass of wine and said, "I find you very attractive." "Thank you," she said, "but I would like to take things slowly, if that's okay. I broke up with my boyfriend recently." "Oh, right," I said. I was annoyed that I had spent a lot of money on the flowers. "Just the occasional date, then?" "Yes," she said, "for now." "That would be nice." We drank our drinks in silence. Then she said, "I do like you, David. It's nice of you to be so understanding." When I had finished my drink, I made an excuse and left. My counselor pointed out that Sue, in fact, had been quite encouraging. It was probably inevitable that I should next see the boy when I was with Sue. We had gone to a wine bar in town and were sitting on high stools at the counter when he walked in. He was dressed smartly in black jeans and what looked like a silk shirt. Although he was obviously too young to be served, he sauntered up to the bar and asked confidently for a pint of bitter. I do not like wine, but was drinking it to keep Sue company. He grinned at me as he sipped his pint, then carried his glass to a table in the corner. My blood was boiling. I said to Sue, This place is really going downhill now the underage drinkers are moving in. She looked at me quizzically. What do you mean? That boy, I said, waving my hand in the direction of the corner table. What boy? She asked. I looked over, but he had gone. I took Sue to see Othello at the National Theatre. She said she enjoyed it, and afterwards we went out for a meal at an Indian restaurant. It was very expensive. I am not used to London prices. But afterwards, as I held the door open for her to get into my car, I kissed her on the cheek. She smiled and then reached up and kissed me on the lips. I was so surprised, I took a step back. We got into the car and began the long drive home. It was late when we arrived, and so I thought it best that I drop her at her flat. She was very quiet on the journey. During our lunch break the next day, Sue and I went for a walk down by the river. Look, she said, I don't know where I am with you. I know I said I wanted to take things slowly, but not like this. When I kissed you yesterday, you jumped like a frightened rabbit. Are you sure you want to go out with me? At that moment, I caught a glimpse of something white in the river. It was the boy, completely naked, paddling in the freezing water, bending down and splashing it with his hands. There were several notices warning people against bathing in the fast-flowing river. I yelled, "Get out of the water, it's dangerous!" Sue gasped. "What the hell?" "Don't look, Sue." I tried to put my hand over her eyes, but she broke away from me angrily. The boy was capering and cavorting through the water, laughing and shouting, ignoring my gesticulations. "There's no one there," she said. I turned to remonstrate with him again and saw that she was right. He must have scuttled up the bank into the trees, where no doubt he had left his clothes. I was all for going into the wood after him, but Sue stopped me. "What good would it do?" she said. As we walked back to the office, she said, "I think we should take a break. I'm happy to be your friend, but let's stop seeing one another for a while. It's for the best." I told my counsellor what Sue had said, expecting him to find the positive in it. But instead he said, "She's finished with you. I don't think she was quite your type. Tell me more about this boy." I said, "I don't want to talk about him." I took to carrying around a small video camera in the hope that I could film some of the boy's exploits, and so have proof for the authorities of his behavior. But I didn't see him for many weeks. In the meantime, I went to work each day and tidied my garden. Colin asked Sue out, and soon they were an item. I found I did not mind very much after the first few days. Christmas came and went, and we were into the cold grey days of January. One evening I saw the boy on the local television news. He had won a prestigious art competition, his painting a garish jumble of abstract acrylics, and he was being interviewed. He was wearing jeans and a grungy t-shirt. "I went for something bold," he said. "None of these prissy little watercolours for me." He gestured at some of the other entries. "Big, brazen and beautiful. My painting's about life and how I live it." His insolent face filled the screen. He'd won a considerable amount of money. I fetched some of my own watercolours. I had been pleased with them, but now they seemed prim and unremarkable. I realized then that I was never going to escape him. The boy would grow up and obtain some impossibly glamorous job or become a world-famous artist or rock star. I took the camera with me to the supermarket for some months, but I never saw him there again. In fact, I mostly came across him on the television. There he'd be, grinning in a crowd or studio audience, playing guitar in a band, being interviewed in a student union about the first show of his paintings. After a while, I took my television to the municipal tip and learned to live without it. It means that I have even less to talk to my colleagues about. Sometimes I catch a glimpse of the young man, as he is now, in the street, and when I visit the cinema, he's there throwing popcorn at the front row and jeering at the film. I have been waiting for another reckless moment in my life, but it seems that I am not that kind of man. Chapter 12. Wingman.
Like most children, I dreamed that I could fly, and that I could take giant bounding leaps across the landscape. On summer mornings, I would try this out on my way to school, hoping to find myself far above the tarmac lane, looking down on the fields and my friends below. At best, I achieved a sort of yogic skip, which gave me a certain thrill, though obviously not the full flying experience of my dreams. Each summer, I dream again of flying and my giant strides. The dreams are presaged early in May by the arrival of the swifts, those fantastically maneuverable little birds that do almost everything on the wing. I watch them in the evenings from the conservatory, where my wheelchair sits for most of the summer. It stays comfortably warm in here, even when Sheila opens all the windows. I am not completely inactive. I am a member of a wheelchair rugby team and have competed in the London Marathon. It is 3 years since the incident that confined me to a wheelchair. It is true that you can get used to most things, and in many ways, I live a full life with Sheila's help. But there are some things that it is impossible to fully accept. Sheila is a good-looking woman, and I know that I am lucky that she has stuck by me, but things haven't always been so clear-cut. 3 years ago, before the accident, I was a sales executive, selling mobile phones to the Middle East, flying out to the Arab states every few weeks. When I was home, I played on the wing for Wanley Rugby Union Football Club, my local amateur side. And that is what I lived and breathed for. I had played rugby for my school and university. In the same position, I was slippery and quick, and lucky enough to be one of the best players at the club, winning Player of the Year 3 years running. I met Sheila at a rugby club dance. She was there with Matt Ridgely, our scrum half. Matt wasn't too keen on me after that, and it caused some bad feeling in the team. It was summer, so we were not playing competitive matches, but training. The squad meeting up 2 evenings each week at the club. I tried talking to Matt, but he said, "You stole her from me, Ben. That's all there is to it." We were playing sevens, and Matt was on the opposite team. I knew as soon as he thundered into me that some of my ribs were broken. They strapped me up at the hospital, and the doctor told me to not train for at least 3 months. I was feeling pretty sore and spent a few days at home. Sheila and I fell out over some petty things. I did not take my enforced idleness well. A couple of weeks later, I heard from a mutual friend that Sheila had been seen out with Matt. I went back to work, and after a few days' preparation in the office, flew out to Abu Dhabi. 2 hours into the flight, there was an unexpected thunderstorm, and so much turbulence that the plane was flung violently around. At one point, we went into a nosedive, and the oxygen masks snaked down from the panel above. I prided myself on being a good flyer, but I admit that I was scared. I thought we were going to die. Almost as soon as it had started, it was over. We somehow got through the rest of the flight and landed safely. I had a good few days showcasing our latest mobile phone and taking orders from the retail suppliers, then flew back to Heathrow. I was given a window seat overlooking the wing. It started even before takeoff, the sweating and swallowing and shaking. Once we were airborne, I was in a full-blown panic attack, my eyes shut, gulping down air in jagged breaths. A flight attendant noticed my distress and talked me through the worst of it, although it didn't get much better for the rest of the flight. I couldn't say it was a fear of any one thing in particular, just a visceral response to flying. I was fine as soon as my feet touched the ground. From then on, I suffered the same problem every time I flew. I learned to manage it better, but the same terror lay just beneath the surface. After a while, I began to find excuses for not flying. Eventually, I told Sheila about it. We had mostly made up by then, and she suggested I should see a hypnotherapist. We found Saul McCabe on the internet. His website claimed that he could help with almost any phobia. He had a consulting room in a building just off Wandsworth High Street. I didn't know what to expect, but he turned out to be a very ordinary-looking middle-aged man with a quiet voice. He shook my hand and asked me to sit down in a comfortable armchair. "I may not be able to cure you," he said, "but your problem is more common than you might think, and I have a good record in ameliorating the worst of the symptoms." He asked me to talk about my earliest experiences of flying. I told him about my childhood dreams of the giant strides, of early holidays with my parents, about my job. He asked me to close my eyes and carry on talking. I felt calm and increasingly dreamy, and occasionally I was aware that McCabe was speaking. After half an hour, he put a hand on my shoulder and asked for his fee. I told Sheila that I didn't know how the therapy had gone. I certainly felt no different. I went to one more session with McCabe before I was next due to fly. It was as low-key as the first. I sat in the armchair and he asked me again to tell him about all my experiences of flying. I found myself talking about the thunderstorm. At the end, he wished me good luck and took my cash as before. The flight to Abu Dhabi was delayed by nearly 3 hours, and I sat in the terminal in some trepidation. Finally, the flight was called, and we boarded the plane. I could feel some of the old fear, but it was muffled, at a distance. I was able to concentrate on reading sales reports. Occasionally, I found the courage to look out of the window. It seemed that my money hadn't been wasted. On my return back in my own bed, the dreams began. I was 7 years old, practicing my giant strides in the lane on the way to school. Only this time, my leaps grew effortlessly longer and higher, until I was bounding into the air. The road, a thin ribbon of grey far beneath me. I was a swan, flying in a V formation, navigating along the shining, sinuous course of the river below. I was a World War II bomber pilot, following the same river in the moonlight to a distant target. Night after night, the dreams continued and elaborated. I grew restless, impatient for my next flight. Sheila said, "I think you should go back to Saul. He needs to put you in reverse." But I liked the fact that my fear had gone and didn't want to do anything to jeopardize it. I relished flying for work again and found any excuse to do so. My ribs healed and I was back in training at the club. The season was due to start in a couple of weeks. Matt seemed to have become more accepting of me and Sheila. She told me that she had only agreed to have a few drinks with him because she felt sorry for him. Against Sheila's wishes, I had joined a gliding club with the aim of qualifying for a glider pilot's license. Soon I was taking the controls in a 2-man glider, learning from Bill, my instructor, how to ride the thermals and to bring the craft down safely on the bumpy airfield. It was a fabulous experience to be up in the sky without an engine, reliant on your own reactions and skill. Sheila did not like to think of me up there with so little control. I took her concern as a compliment. She still seemed to think I needed looking after. On the Monday before our first rugby match, I flew out to Dubai International from Gatwick. Again, I was allocated the window seat that overlooked the wing. Any kind of flying was a pure pleasure for me then. I inserted my earphones, closed my eyes, and listened to some music while the plane taxied and took off. As we were leveling out, I distinctly heard a familiar, quiet voice say, "Open your eyes and look out of the window." The voice repeated, "Look out of the window." I opened my eyes. Saul McCabe, dressed in his usual jacket and jeans, was sitting, cross-legged, on the wing, his hair buffeted by the wind. He turned his head to look at me. "Is it natural for us to fly?" the voice asked, "when we have wings?" At that moment, McCabe unfurled 2 huge white feathered wings from his back. He shook them out, paused for a second, and then launched himself into the air, swooping and diving into the wind, circling the aircraft and looping underneath and round. He landed on the aeroplane's wing and sat down, folding his wings back into place. "You should try it, Ben," the voice said. "There's nothing like free-form flying. It beats your giant strides." The next thing I knew, I was out on the wing with him, unfurling my own wings, then jumping off after him into the blue. It was more than exhilarating. It was terrifying and stupendous and electrifying, and I adored every second of it. I followed McCabe's lead, and he took me through the maneuvers I had seen him perform solo. Too soon we landed back on the aeroplane's wing. McCabe turned to me and said, "You have earned your wings." We sat companionably for a few minutes, the wind blasted into us. Then McCabe reached over and put his hand on my shoulder and said, "It's time for me to go now." And I was back in my seat, reaching for the paper bag into which I was horribly sick. The flight attendant brought me a glass of water. When I steeled myself to look out of the window again, there was no sign of McCabe. My iPod was playing music again, and none of the other passengers showed any signs of having seen anything unusual. For the rest of the flight, I sat in fear that I was having a seizure or episode of some kind. What I had experienced felt so real. I gradually calmed down, and by the time we landed, I convinced myself that I had been prey to some kind of induced waking dream. I resolved to have it out with McCabe on my return to England. My business trip was successful. Dubai was one of our best markets, and the flight back to Gatwick was uneventful. Sheila surprised me by meeting me at the airport. I was wary of her because I suspected that she was involved with whatever had happened on the outward flight. I was also unclear as to whether or not she was still seeing Matt. The rugby season began and we beat Rocastle 21-17. Sheila celebrated on the sidelines as, just before half-time, I scored a try. Matt Ridgely had withdrawn from the team not long before the start of the game. Afterwards, we enjoyed a few drinks in the club bar. I'd drunk several pints and finally found the courage to ask Sheila what she and McCabe had done to my iPod. She looked puzzled, then said, "I don't know what you're talking about, Ben, but I've been meaning to tell you. Saul disappeared just over a week ago. I tried phoning him a few times, and then I read about it in the newspaper. He's done a bunk, and no one knows where he's gone." Sheila drove me home soon afterwards. The next day, the club secretary phoned and told me that Matt had resigned and joined our local rivals, Grantley RUFC. That afternoon, I drove out to the airfield. I was just 3 flights away from being allowed my first solo flight. It was a beautiful, early autumn day, and Bill let me take the controls. We spiraled high on the thermals. Then I managed to land the glider safely and smoothly. Bill said he was pleased with my progress, and he had high hopes that I would be awarded my pilot's license in due course. The next Saturday we played away against Grantley, always a grudge match. Despite being so new to the club, Matt Ridgely had been picked to play scrum half. It was a close game, and early in the second half, I found myself running the ball up the pitch, heading for the corner flag. From behind, Matt tackled me high round the neck, and I fell to the ground, poleaxed. It was pretty obvious that I was badly hurt. I couldn't feel my legs. I remember Matt's grinning face above me. The ambulance took me to the local hospital, from where I was transferred to Stoke Mandeville Spinal Injuries Unit. I spent the next few months trying to get used to the idea that I would never walk again. They introduced me to wheelchair rugby, a game so vicious it is also known as murder ball. I honestly think it was just as bad for Sheila as it was for me. Matt Ridgely showed a suitable amount of remorse in public, but he was soon sniffing at her door. She visited me at Stoke Mandeville at least twice a week, and I am very glad to say that she has chosen to stick by me, despite my disability. But for how long will she be able to bear it? Matt was given a 3-match ban for a high tackle. It was decided that it was essentially an accident, albeit with tragic consequences. I decided not to appeal against the decision. He did not visit me in hospital or at home. Saul McCabe disappeared without a trace. It soon became apparent that he had been using an assumed name. I expect he simply set up somewhere else. I was sorry I couldn't talk to him about my experience on the plane, and I spent some time trying to find him, but to no avail. Some people don't want to be found, and I suppose we have to respect their wishes. Sheila has found a course for disabled trainee pilots, and I have applied and been accepted. I know she will worry about me taking to the skies again, but she understands that I need to be in the air. I can hear the swifts now, hurtling over the garden. The dreams have come and take me up to where the aeroplane trails crisscross the sky. Soon I'll be there solo, in a light aircraft, my flight path logged, the engine purring. Then I will open the cockpit, unfurl my wings, and fly away. Chapter 13. House Party. Jamie looked out at the rain, which was falling steadily. The roses hung bedraggled heads, and the silent birds, sheltering in the spinney, saved their songs for the re-emergence of the sun. His afternoon walk might have to be postponed, he thought, remembering that he had not brought a raincoat with him, although he was sure he could borrow one. The house seemed well supplied with most things that a guest might need. It was an afternoon for a game of snooker or cards, whist or rummy, nothing too demanding. He got up from the chaise lounge. The fire had been lit before lunch, and Jamie didn't know if he should poke it or put some more coal on it. He decided to leave it alone, on the grounds that he understood little about open fires and how to manage them, and was afraid of putting it out. In any case, the flames were licking over the coals and the room was pleasantly warm, despite its size. Jamie sank down into an armchair next to the fire. The door opened and two boys burst in. They trotted over to Jamie. "We need something to do," said Mike, the smaller one. Andy nodded. "Mummy said to ask you." Jamie sighed. "Did she now? Well, what about a good book?" He gestured at the shelves, which ranged down one side of the room. The boys looked at each other. "We have our school books to read," said Mike, uncertainly. Jamie got up. "Come on, then. I'll give you a game of knockout whist. You two against me." He fetched the cards from a table by the door. The boys were jumping up and down with excitement. "We're going to beat you," said Andy. "You can try, but I warn you, I'm playing to win." As the game progressed, the rain came down harder and rattled against the windows. Andy and Mike were whooping in triumph as their mother opened the door and came in. "We won, Mummy! We won!" said Mike. The boys ran down to the snooker table and began rolling the balls over the green baize. Diana pushed strands of wispy blonde hair behind her ears. She looked out of the long sash window. "Gavin will be absolutely soaked." "Why didn't you go with them then, Jamie?" "Shooting's not my thing." "What is your thing?" "I don't know," he said, fingering the leather binding on an old book on the shelf. "Reading, perhaps, and keeping your offspring amused." "Gavin does his best. He plays cricket with them sometimes." Andy and Mike were chasing each other around the snooker table, sliding on the parquet floor. Jamie took out the book and opened it. "The Tenant of Wildfell Hall. Have you read it?" "No," said Diana. "I barely have time to read the cornflakes packet." "It's a bit grim. Alcohol is the real villain. The demon drink. Gavin likes a snifter, doesn't he?" Diana glanced at the boys. "Keep your voice down." Jamie put the book back. He called out another. "M.R. James. Maybe I should read you a ghost story." He leafed through the volume. Diana frowned. "I won't have you frightening the boys." "I'd say they're quite difficult to scare. They're not even 10 years old." Diana expertly shoveled more coal on the fire. Andy and Mike had found the snooker cues and were poking the balls around the table. The rain lashed the windows. From somewhere deep within the house, a bell rang. Jamie and Diana lifted their heads in surprise. After a few seconds, the bell rang again. "The staff have all gone on the shoot," said Diana. "What shall we do?" Jamie shrugged. "Answer it, I suppose." He had sunk back down into the armchair. Diana rolled her eyes at him and padded from the room. The boys flopped down in front of the fire, staring into the flames. When Diana returned, Jamie could see that something was wrong. "There's been an accident," she said. "It's not too serious, apparently, but Gavin has been taken to A&E at the local hospital. I'm going to drive there now. Can you look after the boys?" Jamie signalled his assent. Diana kissed the boys goodbye and left. They were round-eyed and solemn. "What's wrong with Daddy?" asked Mike. Jamie got up. "Let's see if we can find something nice for you to eat," he said. He padded along the stone-flagged hall to the kitchen, in the larder of which he discovered a large bottle of cola. Rummaging around in the cupboards, he found 3 glasses and some chocolate bars. When he returned to the games room, the boys were sitting silently in front of the fire. "I'm sure your daddy will be okay. They'll sort him out at the hospital." He poured out the cola. The boys grabbed the chocolate. "Mummy doesn't let us eat muck like this," said Andy, peeling open the wrapper. "I won't tell her," said Jamie. They finished their drinks and demanded refills. In no time at all, they were running around the room again. Jamie looked out of the window. The rain had eased off a little, although water was still dripping from the shrubs and trees in the spinney. Low cloud hung over the hill beyond the garden. A figure emerged from the spinney, opening the gate and walking over the lawn towards the house. The doorbell rang. Jamie was unsure how long the boys could be left on their own. "I won't be a minute," he said. The bell rang again as he walked down the hall to the back door. Outside, the waterproof figure resolved itself into Craddock, the gamekeeper. He wiped his boots on the mat. "Guns and drink don't mix," Craddock said gruffly. "That silly idiot drank the whole bottle. He's no one to blame but himself." "How bad is he?" "Lost a couple of fingers." Jamie winced. "It could have been worse," said Craddock, making for the back stairs. "A lot worse. They'll stitch him up and send him home. I have to fetch some paperwork from the office. I need to fill in some forms. They'll want everything in triplicate." Once Craddock had gone, Jamie returned to the games room. The boys had settled down in front of the fire. Jamie put on a log, then found a game of snakes and ladders that none of them had the energy to play. They stared into the fire. "Do you think Daddy's badly hurt?" asked Andy. "I'm sure he's okay," said Jamie. "Shouldn't they be back by now?" asked Mike. It was late afternoon, and Jamie assumed the boys would need some more to eat. They hadn't attended the rather grand formal dinners of the last few nights, which were past their bedtime. He went to the kitchen and made Marmite sandwiches. They ate them in front of the fire, then fetched their school books. Jamie potted a few snooker balls. By 7 o'clock, the boys were yawning. Jamie took them upstairs and waited outside while they washed and put on their pajamas. The house was quiet and cold. He left their bedside lamp switched on. "We may still be awake when Daddy comes home," said Andy. "Just concentrate on going to sleep. You'll see him in the morning." "Good night, Jamie," they said in unison. The fire was barely alight when he returned to the games room. Feeling pleased with his new fire tending skills, he stirred the embers with the poker and shoveled on more coal. Apart from Craddock, the staff had not returned and were presumably eating their dinner with the shooters at the Blue Boar, where the shoot ball was to be held. Jamie kicked himself for not obtaining Diana's mobile phone number. The old house creaked. He sank into the armchair, and the warmth of the fire soon lulled him into a light doze, the embers glowing beside him. He dreamed he was following a woman through the forest. He could not see her face. She was hunting a giant stag, creeping between the trees, clutching her long bow. The dream Jamie looked down at his hand and saw that 2 of his fingers were missing. Suddenly, the stag broke cover and ran a zigzag path through the forest. The woman let fly an arrow, which pierced the stag in the back of its neck. It fell to the ground. He was woken by the door opening abruptly. It swung into the wall behind with a dull thud. In marched Gavin, closely followed by Diana. Gavin's left hand was heavily bandaged. "Where are the boys?" Gavin asked, peering around the room. "I put them to bed," said Jamie. Diana said, "I'll go and check on them." Gavin sat on the couch. "This bloody weather is ruining everything. The gun slipped in my hand. It was so wet. Maybe I should sue them." "It was you that insisted the shoot should go ahead," said Diana. "Craddock wanted to cancel." Gavin stretched his stocky frame out on the couch. "What have you been doing with yourself all afternoon, Jamie?" "Oh, you know, looking after your children." "You could get a job as a nanny. Diana will give you references." He waved his bandaged hand in the air. "What does a man have to do to get a drink around here?" "Aren't you on painkillers?" "Be a good fellow and find me a drink, will you? Whiskey, if you can." Jamie rose from his armchair and went to a wall cupboard near the snooker table. Inside were a few bottles of spirits and some tumblers. He poured 2 fingers of famous grouse and gave it to Gavin. "Is that all I get?" he scoffed. Diana returned. "The boys are asleep," she said. "Have you told them about Gavin?" "No," said Jamie. "I thought it was best coming from you." Diana smiled at him. "You've done a good job, Jamie. Thank you." Gavin laughed sarcastically. "You see, we'll make a nanny of you yet." He bleated like a goat and sipped his whiskey. "What is it that you do again?" he asked vaguely. "I've just finished my MA, Victorian Literature." Diana plucked the empty glass from Gavin's fingers. "You've had enough." "What do you mean?" Gavin spluttered. "You see what kind of treatment I get, Jamie? No consideration at all." He closed his eyes. Within a few seconds, he was breathing heavily. "He's worn out," said Diana quietly. "It was horrible at the hospital." Jamie stirred the fire. Diana crouched in front of it. "Thanks again for your help with the boys. Gavin drinks too much. Maybe this will be a lesson to him." Jamie gazed down on Diana's slender form. The fire crackled, and a piece of coal toppled out onto the hearth. He took the tongs and placed it back on the glowing heap. Outside, it was beginning to get dark. "Perhaps it will stop raining soon," said Diana. On the couch, Gavin was snoring. "Do you think we should take him upstairs?" Jamie asked. "Let's leave him there. I'll find some blankets." "I'll stay with him," said Jamie. Diana returned with tartan rugs, which they draped carefully over Gavin. Then she went upstairs to bed. Jamie sat in the armchair next to the fire. He had retained one of the blankets for himself. The house creaked quietly, and from the hall, the grandfather clock chimed the hours. At some point after midnight, Gavin stopped snoring. Jamie got up and replaced the rug that had fallen off him. Gavin's breathing was now shallow and somewhat laboured, his bandaged hand twitching by his side. Picking a book at random off the shelves, Jamie settled down to read in the dim light. From time to time he got up to tend the fire. The clock had not long struck 3 when the door opened to reveal Diana in a thin summer dressing gown. "How is he?" she whispered. "He's been asleep the whole time," answered Jamie. "Don't you think you should get some sleep?" "I'm fine. I'm reading." Diana reached out
and stroked Jamie's hair. He caught her hand in his and kissed it. She pulled her hand away. As she left the room, she closed the door quietly behind her. Jamie slumped down in the chair, his heart racing. Gavin snorted loudly and shifted his position on the couch. Jamie rose and checked on him. He seemed to be still asleep. In the low light, Jamie noticed something lying on the chaise lounge by the window. Thinking that Diana had left a cardigan behind, he went to pick it up. But before he could reach it, the cardigan sat up. "Love's young dream," said the small man inside it. He had a goatee beard and long fingers, one of which was pointing at Jamie. Jamie frowned. "Sorry? You're quite the young buck, aren't you?" "I was comforting her," said Jamie, spluttering. "She's had an awful day." "So you grabbed a quick kiss while her husband sleeps it off? Tell me, though, just who is hunting who?" "What's it to do with you?" "I enjoy the thrill of the chase. I believe she's a few years older." "So what? And the husband's a drunk? He's also a solicitor. The thing is, Jamie, do you really want her? And the two boys? I imagine they're part of the package." "I hadn't thought that far ahead." Gavin sat up. "Who are you talking to?" Jamie rubbed his tired eyes. There was no one on the chaise lounge. Gavin picked sulkily at his bandage. "I bet they had a good time at the ball." He shivered. Jamie went to the scuttle, but it was empty. He picked up a log from the dwindling supply and perched it on top of the hot coals. Flames flickered up the chimney. Gavin sighed. "I don't mean to drink so much. It just happens." "Are you seeing someone about it?" "A shrink, do you mean?" "A specialist." "Diana thinks I should. I knew I could count on you to side with her." Gavin got up and walked unsteadily towards the fire. "To tell the truth, I feel a bit groggy. I think the painkillers are wearing off." He hunted in his jacket pocket, drawing out a white cardboard box. He popped 2 tablets awkwardly from the sheet inside. "These'll sort me out." He swallowed them and sat down in the armchair opposite Jamie. Jamie put another log on the fire. "We're running out of fuel." Gavin picked up the poker. "Why don't you have a kip? I'll keep an eye on the fire. Go on, it's your turn." Jamie lay down on the couch and covered himself with the rugs. In a surprisingly short amount of time, he was asleep, and he didn't wake up until Diana was shaking his shoulder. It was light outside. "It stopped raining," she said. "Come and have some breakfast." The garden still dripped with the remnants of the rain, and low cloud blanketed the hill. Breakfast was in the dining room, where the chafing dishes were full of bacon, sausages, and tomatoes. Jamie helped himself to a mound of food, not having eaten since the Marmite sandwiches at tea time. Several other guests were already there, including Andy and Mike. "Hello, Jamie," said Mike. "Did you know our daddy shot his fingers off?" "He's got a great big bandage," said Andy, "and he can't play cricket." Diana was eating muesli. Jamie sat down next to her. "Where's Gavin?" "Having a lie down." Jamie nudged his leg against hers. He felt a welcome pressure in return. "We could go for a walk this afternoon. I may have to look after Gavin." "Does he need looking after?" "He's in a tremendous amount of pain. I may have to take him to the doctor's. He can't drive." Diana burst into tears. Andy and Mike stared at her, open-mouthed. "Don't worry," said Jamie. "She'll be all right." Jamie took a shower and changed his clothes. When he came downstairs, most of the other guests had congregated in the games room. At some point, the fire had gone out. Andy and Mike sat cross-legged on the carpet,
playing cards while Diana talked to a tall woman with grey hair. Jamie picked up the book he had been reading and slotted it back on the shelf. It seemed that a small coach had been hired to take the guests into Durham. Diana, Mike, and Andy were staying behind with Gavin, and Jamie offered to help look after the boys. At 10 o'clock, the coach arrived, and the other guests departed. One of the general staff, a large young man called George, came into the games room and raked out the ashes. He brought in a scuttle of coal and another basket of logs, and lit the fire. Jamie gave him a small tip. The boys, Jamie and Diana, played a rather silly game of snooker, as none of them could remember the rules. Later, Gavin joined them for lunch in the dining room. His bandage was already grey. He found it difficult to eat using only one hand. Much to the amused horror of Andy and Mike, he swore several times. After lunch, they moved back into the warmth of the games room. Jamie and Diana played whist against the boys. Gavin sat on the couch, grumbling to himself. Finally, he rose and went over to the wall cupboard. He poured himself a large whiskey. "I think you need to see the doctor," said Diana abruptly. "Come on, I'll drive you to the clinic. Jamie will look after the boys." "Good old Jamie," said Gavin, sipping his whiskey. When he had finished it, he allowed Diana to lead him out to their car. Jamie heard it accelerate up the drive. "Let's go for a walk," he said to the boys. "It's ages since we've been outside." Andy and Mike stood up reluctantly. "Do we have to?" asked Mike. "Yes, we do." They put on Wellingtons from the selection in the cloakroom. The grass was still wet, and there were large shallow puddles on the drive. Andy and Mike splashed into them, kicking the water around. Jamie herded them up the drive towards the hill. It was still enveloped in low cloud. The boys enlivened the long trudge by racing each other, leaving Jamie far behind. He sauntered up the bridle path, lost in his own thoughts. Suddenly he could hear shouts ahead of him. The boys were calling his name. Jamie broke into a run. As he caught up with them, he could see through the trees that they were leaning over something on the ground. When he got closer, it became apparent that it was the body of a huge stag. The shaft of an arrow stuck out of its neck. "Is it dead?" asked Mike. "Of course it is," said Andy. "Can't you see the blood?" The deer was still warm. Its coat glistened with moisture from the mist. The tip of one of its antlers had ploughed into the soil. "It's a beautiful thing," said Jamie. "What a shame someone felt they could kill it." "Can we have a funeral?" asked Andy. "We had one when our gerbil died." "I don't have a spade," said Jamie. They stood in silence for a few minutes, at a loss to know how to mark the stag's passing. In the end, Jamie simply took the hand of each boy and led them back down the hill to the house. Diana and Gavin had just returned from the doctor's. Gavin sported a clean bandage and was clutching a new prescription. "It's to help with the cravings," he told Jamie as the boys took off their Wellingtons. "I'm on the wagon." "Good for you," said Jamie. He went into the games room and put some more coal on the fire. After a few minutes, Diana followed him. She closed the door and pushed the table against it. Then she took him, unresisting, into her arms. Chapter 14. Productivity. The scent of lilac wafted across the garden. Melissa raised her head and watched as the zephyr lifted the skirts of the columbines and ruffled the blousy peonies. The murmur of the bees did its best to lull her back into lethargy, but it was time to rouse herself. She had been lying in the sun too long. Even though she had raised the sash windows and wedged open the back door, the house was as hot as the garden. Melissa poured herself another glass of wine and, eating her meal at the kitchen table, looked outside. The breeze had abated and the flowers basked in the warmth of the evening. It was beautiful, she thought, at its best. The long June evenings meant she could work on the garden once the sun had lost its strength. Martin appeared at the open door. "You're not out in the sunshine?" "I've been in the garden all afternoon." "It looks good, for a purely decorative garden, that is." Martin stepped into the kitchen and drummed his fingers on the work surface. "You know, you have room for a decent vegetable patch, and a few fruit bushes. It wouldn't take much to dig it over. I'll give you a hand." "Thanks, but I like it the way it is." "That's all very well, but there are other considerations." Martin picked up an unopened letter from a pile on the dresser and held it up to the light. "It'll be dig for victory again before we know it. Then you won't have any choice. If you want fresh vegetables, you'll have to grow them yourself." The letter was addressed to Greg. He put it down with the others. On the TV news were more stories about the shortages, and the next day, Melissa, stopping off at the supermarket on her way home from work, found empty shelves in many of the aisles. After unpacking her shopping, she walked round to Martin's house. He was drinking coffee in the conservatory with Ola. Martin greeted Melissa as if he had not seen her the evening before. "How are you?" "I'm well, Martin. I wanted to ask about the shortages." Ola stirred her coffee and frowned. "Don't get him started on that subject." "If you really think about it," said Martin, "there's every reason to believe they'll last for some time." Ola asked Melissa if she wanted a cup of coffee and stalked off to the kitchen to make it. "Don't mind her," said Martin. "In Russia, when she was growing up, they were often short of food. And they managed somehow." "Yes?" Ola returned with the coffee and a plate of biscuits. Melissa sipped the hot coffee. "So I can't persuade you to grow vegetables?" asked Martin. Ola said, "I can remember when you and Greg moved in. Such a lovely young couple. So many of plans." Martin frowned at her. Melissa sighed. Greg had plans of his own. "You're better off without him," said Martin. "He is very handsome," said Ola. "The girls like him." "Never mind about that," said Martin crossly. "How can we help, Melissa?" "I'm not sure Melissa needs any help," said Ola. "She is happy with her garden the way it is." The evening was as warm and still as the day had been. Melissa went out and weeded beneath the roses. Everything seemed to have grown several centimeters overnight. The first of the oriental poppies were now coming into flower, each bud case bursting open and falling to the ground. Fern fronds unfurled themselves from their fist-like cores. When she had finished weeding, Melissa unwound the hosepipe and watered the flower beds. The heady scent of lilac permeated across from the tree by the wall. If only it would stay the way it was, before the most attractive flowers went over and their bright foliage faded to brown. Every day since Greg had gone, Melissa had tended the garden they had planned together, had seen it in all its incarnations, but this time in June was the best. She lay on the grass and looked up at the columbines, their young stems yearning towards the sky. She fell asleep and awoke when it was dark, the ground cool and damp beneath her, the stars pulsing above. Melissa cut back the daffodils, tulips, and bluebells that had flowered in the spring. The fine weather continued, and most evenings after work she was able to sit out in the garden. One evening, she was reading in her deck chair when Ola appeared at the gate. Ola sat and chatted about people they knew. There was a pause, and she caught Melissa's eye. "I wanted to ask you about Martin. I know he comes round here." "Oh, don't worry. He feels protective, I think, since Greg left." "Does he talk to you?" "About what?" "I don't know. about rationing, about the shortages. Sometimes. You see, he stopped talking to me. He gives the impression that he knows a lot more than he's prepared to admit. It's his job. While he's selling the farmers insurance, he talks with them. He thinks I should dig up my garden and grow potatoes. But I'm growing flowers for the bees. There are still bees in my garden. Ola stood up and strolled over to a tall white lily. Its sickly sweet scent assailed her as she looked into the star-shaped flower. Several small beetles crawled around inside. Your garden is beautiful, but I think Martin is right, she said. He's talking about getting some chickens. At the end of August, the fine weather broke. Thunderstorms drenched Melissa's flowers and Martin's carefully hoed vegetable beds. Melissa studied her garden from the kitchen window. Bedraggled foliage bowed to the ground. Rainwater streamed down the path and the water butt overflowed in front of the shed. Before she could go out to fix it, Martin appeared with some cauliflowers and courgettes. He carefully removed his muddy Wellington boots at the door. I'm storing apples in the spare room, he said. I've been reading up on the subject. We're making jam and chutney too. Melissa was finding it increasingly hard to track down nice food. When it stops raining, I'll tidy my garden for the winter. They say it's the best thing to do in the spring. You leave it a mess over the winter for the wildlife to enjoy. So Melissa left the garden to its own devices. Gradually, over the autumn, the foliage flopped into pulpy brown clumps. It rained almost continually from November to March. There were widespread floods. Melissa waited until early February, then began to clear up the mess. Snowdrops were already raising their heads through the leaf litter. She moved the dead vegetation onto the compost heap, and after a couple of days' work, the garden was tidy once more, ready for the flourish of spring growth. The daffodils and tulips brought colour in March and April, and as May turned to June, the garden was again at its best. Ola weeded and watered her garden while Martin was at work. Melissa went over to buy eggs, but this time, Ola would only let her have 2. Melissa tried not to look disappointed. Ola said, Chicken food is hard to find. We're feeding them mainly on scraps, and they're not laying the way they used to. Melissa mowed her lawn, then lay down on the grass. The roses were in bloom, as were the columbines, cornflowers, and poppies. But the insect hum was muted. There were fewer bees this year. In the evening, Melissa weeded between the poppies. Martin let himself through the gate and flopped down on the grass beside her. You have been very stubborn about your garden. I can bring you some vegetables in a few weeks, beans and courgettes, but I don't want money for them. We're bartering now. Eggs for sugar, for the chutney and jam, for instance. He leaned over until his mouth was close to her ear. You need to offer me something in return, he whispered. Melissa stood up. I'll work on your garden in the evenings. Ola is looking tired. I'll help her. She could see that Martin was angry. He got up and put his hand on her arm. She stepped back, her fists clenched. Leave me alone. Martin laughed at her. You think you're safe in your little piece of paradise. He stalked off. Every weekday evening, Melissa spent an hour or so working in Martin and Ola's garden, weeding and hoeing. Ola often helped, and the 2 women worked together side by side. Martin was employed for long hours and was rarely home before Melissa had left. At the end of each week, Ola presented Melissa with some produce, strawberries and raspberries, runner beans and cauliflowers, courgettes and potatoes. Melissa carefully washed the vegetables and fruit and stored them in her fridge. They augmented the rationed staples, meat, bread, rice and pasta, that she was still able to buy from the supermarket. One evening, she picked a selection of flowers from her garden and took them round to Ola. Ola smiled and said, Thank you, Melissa. they're beautiful, and put them in the vase on the mantelpiece. Later that evening, Martin eyed the flowers as if they were some kind of ghastly affront. "Useless," he said. "We won't be offering her anything in return." "Martin!" Ola cried. "Melissa brought the flowers as a gift. I'm working every hour just to scratch a living, while she swans round and does a little weeding and gets her hands on our food." "She's a real help," said Ola, "and I like her company." Martin put down his briefcase. Ola realized he was very weary. "The ministry has changed the subsidy arrangements. The farmers are asking my advice." "But that's not your job," said Ola. Martin sighed. "We're expected to pull together." In July it rained. The vegetables in Martin and Ola's garden grew more profusely than ever. Melissa's flowers bloomed as the sun shone between the showers. Martin had been seconded from his insurance firm into the ministry, where he was advising on crop production. There were worries about the wheat harvest. A wet August would be a catastrophe. Ola and Melissa were carrying out most of the work in his garden. Melissa found that she had less time to tend to her own garden. The tall plants were left after flowering and weeds sprung up among the flowers. One Saturday, Melissa spent most of the sweltering day in Martin and Ola's vegetable patch. Then Ola said, "Now we will work in your garden, Melissa." Together, they dug out the weeds and cut back the straggling plants. Melissa mowed the lawn. Within a few hours, the garden was back to its best. Melissa threw her arms around Ola's neck. "Thank you. Oh, thank you." In the evening, Melissa, exhausted, sank into her deck chair. A blackbird hopped across the lawn, pecking at worm casts. Overhead, the swifts flew in a long formation, screaming over the garden as they dipped to catch the midges. Thunderclouds loomed, and rain began to fall, conjuring the musty scent of newly moistened earth from the ground. Melissa sat in her deck chair, letting the raindrops wet her face. The shower was soon over. Thunder rumbled in the distance, and the metallic tang of electricity hung in the air. Racing to bring the harvest home. Martin let himself through the gate. "It's official. The minister agreed to my suggestion. All gardens are to be made productive. You have to dig this over before spring or else pay a fine." "Then I'll pay a fine," said Melissa. "You'll have to do it eventually," he said. "You will get your garden back when the crisis is over." "There'll always be a crisis," said Melissa. "I'd like to keep my little piece of paradise." "And what will Greg say?" asked Martin. "Surely he still owns half the property. I'd like to speak to him about it." Melissa felt the old fear return. "He's not easy to get hold of. You'll have a phone number for him, a forwarding address. You must need to talk to him from time to time." Ola walked over the grass. "I asked you not to bother Melissa this evening. She doesn't know how to contact Greg." "Well, he's the one that left. It's up to him to let her know where he is." "It's been 2 years. Surely she should be over it by now." Melissa put her hands over her ears. "Stop it, please." Ola stroked Melissa's hair. "We will help you," she said. The rain came down in earnest, and they raced into the kitchen. Ola and Martin sat at the table, while Melissa filled and switched on the kettle. Martin said, "I can hire a rotavator. We'll cut back the vegetation first, then set the machine on it. It'll take less time than you imagine." Melissa thought carefully. "All right, but I'd like to keep a small part of the garden as it is, just to remind me how it used to be. I'll mark it out before we start." Martin nodded his assent. When they had gone, Melissa found some string and canes and marked out a rectangular area of flower bed in front of the shed. It wasn't the prettiest part of the garden, but it was the most productive. The flowers grew tallest there.